Okay, guys, we are live. For those listening at home, welcome to the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel. My name is Kevin Madison, and I will be your friendly dungeon master today. Well, actually, technically, I'm going to be your friendly chronicler today. Because you see, today is we're kicking off our all-day gaming marathon. Well, not all day, but most of the day gaming marathon. Annually, regular viewers of the channel will know that I tend to go back to my hometown once a year, and then we run this big day-long epic session of some adventure that I have prepared and sprung on my players. Unfortunately, due to the current crisis, I was not able to do that this year. But instead, I'm having a rotating cast of some terrific players jumping in and joining me for a series of sessions playing a game that I have only just started running now, but has been very high on my list of to-do games. And that, of course, is Six More Vodka's Degenesis. Now, I'll start off with the stars of our first session here. I've got, first up, Mo.
Hi, I'm Mo. I'm a new to Degenesis player. I'm playing Interface, who is almost a party face, I think. But
Yeah.
I think this is very new, so we'll have to see how it plays.
Yeah. And we also have Jeffrey.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff, and I'm playing Opiano the Battalion, which is, the battalions are the medical characters, some sort of a doctor type, and a seeker of the truth.
Nice. So, the Degenesis, if you're not familiar with the Degenesis RPG, for one, I guess there's a link I've included in the description of the video that'll take you to degenesis.com where you can get all of the PDFs for the game for free. That includes the core rules, every adventure they've put out, every source book, including a new expansion of rules called Artifacts. It's a really, really cool game, and it's amazing that they put it available for free. So the game itself is a post-apocalyptic game. It is set in a world that is 500 years past the cataclysmic event that has come to be known as the Eschaton. The Eschaton was an event where a bunch of asteroids struck the planet. There was, the survivors in the modern world, modern world of Degenesis, don't necessarily know how that happened and how it wasn't prevented. Some chroniclers say that there were steps taken to try and destroy the asteroids, but for some reason those failed, almost as if someone wanted this to happen. And the different cults and cultures that have survived into the modern day are occupying a very, very, very different world than what their ancestors did pre-Eschaton. What we're going to do, because the game setting is so complex and so rich, we're not going to sit and just talk a whole bunch about the setting. We're just going to jump in and start playing an adventure, and we'll start filling in the questions and whatnot as we go. If you are an expert in the Degenesis lore, I'll let you know I'm probably going to screw some stuff up. So just be forgiving with your comments if I screw things up, but. It's a very, very interesting, and with that level of complexity in the setting, it allows for a lot of really interesting role playing and a lot of interesting adventure opportunities. But the adventure we're playing today is actually their first for the Rebirth edition of the game. It's their first adventure they published, In Thy Blood. So. Where our heroes, or where our session will start, guys, is, let me just give you a little bit of background here. So this, guys, is the border between Borca and Purgara. Purgara is what we would recognize as Italy, and Borca is southern France or Switzerland or some of the middle countries, or southern France, I guess, to a degree. The Alps, well, you can see there is I was calling it the Reaping yesterday, but it's the Reaper's Blow. When the Eschaton happened, one of the physical consequences, in addition to massive, tidal waves from where one of the parts of the asteroids smashed into the ocean, one of them smashed into mainland Europe itself and carved a massive chasm full of magma across most of Europe, which makes it a very, very difficult pass to, a very difficult geographic barrier for people trying to travel across Europe. One of the ways to get around that is this group known as the Helvetics, which are use advanced composite armor, high-tech weaponry, guns, and live in alpine fortresses in what was once Switzerland. They control the passes, and one of them is this way called the hard path, which leads you actually into Purgar. You have all come to Purgara to travel to a place called Lucator. Lucator is right here on the map here. Opiano, I mentioned that you had traveled, or you had originally studied at a place called Vivico. That's Vivico right here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Vivico is a place over the last decade or so. It was basically a place where Spitalians who were, the D-grade students, or the kind of the idiots, would be sent off there because it wasn't an important location. That was until your mentor, and to be honest, your kind of savior, because he gave you a second chance when, by rights, he could have kicked you out of the Spitalians, Carmino Ferro. And let me give you I've actually got an illustration for Carmino. Forgive me, folks listening at home. I didn't have a chance. I uploaded all my images, but did not have a chance to. Where are you here? Carmino Ferro. Here we go. Carmino came to Vivico about a decade ago, and then really kind of remade the place. This is what Carmino looks like. When you can see that your character is bald, as is Carmino. That's because when you guys are getting dressed up in the Spitalian suit, you put a lot of, it's a completely enveloping suit to keep yourself safe from spore exposure. So it's easier to kind of talc yourself up with a bald head than it is to try and jam your hair under there.
Right.
So you, but Vivico is actually not your destination. You guys have traveled through the Helvetic region to reach Lucator, and you've heard that there is this burn, the sort of smuggling route that's made its way into Purgar. It seems to be heading to Lucator. And there is an apocalyptic named... what's his name? Apocalyptic also... sorry, we talked about this yesterday, but he's one of... Apocalyptics are one of the other cults. They are sort of like criminals and bon vivants, and they seem to have their different flocks seem to have a finger in all the different illicit pies, that exist across the post-Eschaton world. But if you got to know them better, you would know that there actually is a philosophy behind their seeming, random hedonism. Let's say... His name is Dila.
Is he the actual smuggler?
That's what you think. Now, the unusual thing is, Purgara is, at least the western side of Purgara, is... There's two different things that are sort of important political units there. One of them is this group called the Anabaptists. The Anabaptists are kind of like latter-day, crusaders. They believe in a sort of a Gnostic form, or something close to what Gnostic Christianity would be. They believe in the demiurge. They believe that the world itself is corrupt, and they believe that the psychonauts and the different horrors that have been caused by the spore, that's just evidence of the manifestation of the demiurge. So they try and purify that, and they take up arms against what they see as corruption. That's controls massive swaths of Purgara, having taken over the old clans that used to be there as well too. Because if you think of sort of like Renaissance era, like family squabbles, that's what has predominated in a lot of Purgara. Clans, unsurprisingly, in the time after the Eschaton, in the 5 centuries since, people fell back into sort of the most basic of social structures in the form of clans. And some of those clans are more advanced than others. Some of them live at a basically Stone Age existence. Some of them have, can approach even like, say, 19th century or 20th century technology. Most of the clans in Purgara are about like late Middle Ages, with some exceptions like engines and so forth. But the clan structure is still very important. And the reason that's worth knowing is because you see where it says Bergamo down there? Bergamo is one of the largest cities in Purgara. And Bergamo is run by a clan called the Lombardi clan. The Lombardi do not throw in with the Anabaptists. They refuse to let them in, which means that the clan itself has remained a center of power in the region. That's important because Lucator and its surrounding region, the other towns near there, Cavallese, Feltre, and Pordene, those are all under the sway of Lucator and under the sway of the Anabaptists. Where you guys are heading is kind of the home country of the Anabaptists. It's a place where they are the most devout. They are the most religious. So even though you guys likely do not share their superstitions or their beliefs, you need to be mindful that they will take it very seriously. And the reason that's important for the purpose of your investigation is because Anabaptists, like the concern with the use of burn, is that it will lead to spore corruption. One of the neat ways that this allows you to kind of have some of the classic tropes of post-apocalyptic fiction without like weird comic book radiation or stuff like that is that the spores themselves, they cause mutations. They can be minor, which can just be a rash in the shape of a specific chakra may appear, it relates to one of the fragments of the meteors that fell to the ground. It can be worse than that. You become a leperos, where you are actually enslaved to the sort of mycelium network that seems to connect the alien spores and the terrifying what do you call it? What are they called? Jeez. Oh, there we go. Terrifying. Psychonauts. And the use of burn, knowing that that's sort of seen as the influence of the demiurge, it would be weird that there would be active use of burn in Lucator. This would be akin to like having a pipeline of heroin or cocaine, into a monastery. Even worse than that because of the way that they view the burn. So the reason that you've got other colleagues who are either lagging behind or they got held up at Helvetic at the Helvetic outposts. But they include an Anabaptist named Karina. They include a judge named Eckert. And a Nubian named Sokari. Now, what we're going to start with, guys, is with a little bit of dice rolling. So, over the course of your travels, we're not going to go through the actual, we're not going to go through the day-by-day travel for this. Let me move you over to, and I'll give you a handout if you want to see this map again, too, so you can pull it up at your leisure. Go. So there's the map, guys. Boom. If you want to pull it up again. But let's go over to see what you see going in. So, guys, this is your view as you're heading around the last of the passes and heading down into Lucator. You can see that there are 3 big mountains that sort of surround, or 3 peaks that surround Lucator. Those 3 are Vargas, Borreo, and Andring. Andring you can see on your left there. Further forward, beyond the monastery or the cloister, is Borreo, and then to your right there is Vargas. These are named after some of the ancient or the ancestors for the Benesato clan. Benesato are the clan that has had an enormous amount of sway over Lucator and the region for centuries, for dating back as far as records go to the time of the Eschaton. And the Benesato have been devout Anabaptists for almost that, not quite that long, but for the last several centuries. The current ruler, and this is Karina who would have told you this, the current ruler of the Anabaptists here is a guy named Altair, Baptist Altair Benesato. He is married to a woman named Neva, who serves as the emissary, who is the one who runs the town of Lucator. And the cloister that you see up there, that is one of the holiest sites for Anabaptists. There is a massive production of... Actually, here, let's get some dice rolling. Interface, would you kind of give me a intelligence and legends roll? And you've got how many points in networking?
Hang on.
I think it's 2, isn't it?
Network is 2.
Okay, so yeah, add 2, and don't put a plus sign. Just put the number in when it asks you for a modifier.
So this is intelligence.
It's you just click on the skill itself. So it's legends. So it'll be intelligence plus legends, or intellect plus legends, and then you're going to add 2 to that from your networking.
I was trying to find them. Legends, right?
Yep, it's on the left. Second column down. And legends.
So I need to add 2 to that.
Yes, please.
Right.
And remember, don't put the plus sign. Just put a number. Excellent. Oh, and a bunch of nice, and a trigger as well. So what you know, there is what the Anabaptists believe is a gift of the divine, is these things called the Elysium oils. You've seen your colleague use them. They rub them into their muscles. They put them into their hair. They'll rub them on their weapons, and they believe that they grant them some kind of supernatural power, or supernatural understanding, or different gifts. And the 4 different Elysium oils, with that, with a recall, I'll let you know, the 4 Elysium oils are actually named after the 4 rivers of heaven, or the 4 rivers that lead to heaven. So this place, the cloister, is supposed to be the place for production of the Elysium oils. So Lucator is rich from the sale of the production of Elysium oils. It's also seen as it's right in the heartland of, effectively like what the Anabaptist equivalent of the Bible Belt would be. So in addition to that, you've heard your colleague, Karina, go on and on and on about what war heroes that both Baptist Altair and Neva are. The Anabaptists are warrior. It's a warrior cult for sure. Or I should say it's split into 2 different kind of factions. There's the ascetic and there's the orgiastic. But Altair is definitely a part of that warrior cult. He's fought for decades in the Adriatic lowlands against another cult called the Jehamadans. So you've got it. I don't think you've been here before, but Ulpiano, you certainly have. So that's what you know about Lucator to start with. Now what we're going to do is we're going to see what you've learned about it, about the current state of it over the course of your travels. So give me a sec here, guys. And I think, Ulpiano, I'm going to give you +2 to these rolls because you're from here. You know, or if you didn't grow up out here, at least you've been through here enough.
Right. Yeah.
So let's see what else you guys know. Nope, where is it here? So the adventure is set up in a really unusual way. It's more of like reading kind of a story, more so than like the way a traditional adventure is set out. So it can be kind of tricky to find stuff sometimes. But it also means that it's a much looser adventure to go through than the kind of like, you know, this happens and this happens and this happens. So here's what I'd like you guys to do is each roll intelligence plus legends against a target number of 2. You're Jeff, you're going to get +2 to this roll because you're from there. Yeah, and that's that. So go ahead, give us a roll here. And successes will give you each. Once you get 2 successes, that's the threshold. Anything beyond that will give you extra things, and then triggers will give access to secret information. Okay, so El Piano and interface. I need one more intellect plus legends from you too, please. No modifier for yours.
Which of the two of us was no modifier, me or
you? Interface.
Okay.
Because you're not familiar. Oh, nice. How many triggers? 2 triggers too. Fantastic. Wow. All right. So in the course of the way that you got here, guys, you traveled from Borca down to Franca. You travel over to the hard path, and then you've been moving through. The Helvetics have basically dug tunnels that go through, like underneath the Reaping, and then go through the Alps. And you've had time to spend at way stations talking to travelers coming from Porgara, from the Balkan, from elsewhere, you know, going elsewhere, or those traveling to Porgara. So you've had a chance to hear a little bit about what's been going on there.
Okay.
What you hear, El Piano, I think this is because we can picture this as you running into someone from the region as well, too. You know, the kids are, you know, offered to the Spitalians fairly young to become, you know, to go through the process of becoming a Spitalian. The rigorous process, for that matter. Like, you are exposed to different diseases and shit like that. Like, it's a much more rigorous process than becoming, say, a modern day doctor, where you're putting yourself at risk. But you did come from this region before. So I think you run into people who are from your home region. And what they're talking about is how the Anabaptists seem to have... They're losing control over their territory. The clans of northern Porgara are preparing for a large-scale escalation. I mentioned the Lombardi clan out of Benesato. Or Bergamo, sorry. The Lombardi, they are only one of the clans that resent the control that the Anabaptists exert over the region. And clans, you know, as is in the time of Shakespeare, right, there is rivalry that is between clans that cuts back for generations. And these many of these clans can date themselves back to the time of the Eschaton. The Lombardi certainly can, so 500 years of rule out of Bergamo. And if the Lombardi had their way, they would certainly throw out the Benesato. The Benesato have been part of the Anabaptists, and that alone makes them blood enemies, effectively, of the Lombardi. So, if there's going to be war between the northern clans, or the clans of northern Porgara, and the Anabaptists, that could definitely cause problems for the Anabaptists, because on the other side of the of Porgara, that's where they're besieged, you know, with a 100-year war with the Jehammedans, and you don't need to be a military specialist to know that fighting on 2 fronts is dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interface, you got 3 successes. So here's what you have. First off, you know that this area, this whole region, has been completely grazed. There are no more artifacts to be found in the ground here. One of the things that particularly scrappers, but other sort of intrepid, looters like to do is to go into, or have done over the past 500 years, is go into these destroyed cities, into the regions that were abandoned, and try and find artifacts, relics from the bygone age, and bring them back to the modern world, either to make use of them themselves, or to repair if they're part of the scrappers, or to trade to the chroniclers for chronicler drafts. The currency that most of you buy your goods in, when you're not dealing in barter, is chronicler drafts, because the chroniclers, they'll trade them off, they'll print out the drafts, and then it keeps track of it in the kind of the fragment, or the sort of the mainstream hub in a place called Justicia, which is a main city in kind of northern or northwestern Borca. However, Pergara, in the time since the Eschaton, has been scavenged not only by local clans, but also by Neo-Libyans on the North African coast, and also in southern Hispania, which was once Spain. There is very, very well organized and well equipped African army. They are based out of Tripoli, and the richest among them are known as the Neo-Libyans. But they also have African clans who fight by their side. They have these fearsome warriors called scourges, or scourgers, and they have these bizarre mystics called the Nubians who fight by their side as well. The Neo-Libyans have sent scourger raids in here to trade for bygone goods, to scavenge from the earth themselves with African scrappers, or to take slaves, to go in. So as a result, because of the constant flow of constant inhabitants of the Pergara clans and the influence of the Neo-Libyans, this place has been picked clean. However, it's said that there's still lots of coins, gold, and jewelry. So while the artifacts may be not recoverable, those may be. In addition, you've heard that, let's see here. I think that you're probably asking obliquely about apocalyptics. And what you find is that apparently the Helvetics and the Anabaptists, so the Helvetics are have well-armed, well-equipped troops that live in the Alps. They also hire out as mercenaries sometimes. But the Helvetics and the Anabaptists are pacifying the country, and that hosts of apocalyptics, that kind of crime cult, or the hedonistic cult, they're almost extinct in northern Pergara. So that proves difficult for tracking them. In addition, what you hear is that the cloister is a false front for the Anabaptists. It's not a place of, like contemplation or creation or whatnot. What it is an indoctrination camp for orgiastics. And the orgiastics are basically the furious militant wing of the Anabaptists. Your colleague is one of those. So I imagine that you keep that kind of to yourself for now. But basically, this is what you're hearing, is that the cloister is actually like an indoctrination camp for foot soldiers, for zealous foot soldiers. You rolled 2 triggers as well, right? Awesome. I'll give you 2 ones here. So, I mean, you already know the Lombardi of Bergamo have an ongoing feud with the Anabaptists. So one thing you know is that every week a caravan with goods from the cloister leaves for Cathedral City. Cathedral City is up in western Borca. Borca was what was Germany in the Low Countries, to give you a context there, Mo. The customs books in Roppen, which is, let's see here. Oh, the custom station in the Helvetic region. They may show you. They may have more information on what kind of goods they are. You also hear, and this is because of, I think, probably your connection with your secrets. You've heard that there is a high-ranking chronicler agent in town.
Okay.
Now, you don't know who that is, and knowing how the chronicler agents can kind of work, they could blend in, they could be subverting another cult. Who knows who that person he or she may be. But that's what you guys have heard about. And actually, because there's only 2 of you, why don't we do one more round of that? See if there's any more hints. Go ahead and give us another roll. Jeff, again, you can add +2 to yours. Or add 2.
So this would be legends then.
Yes, please. Int and legends, and you have 0 modifier for interface. Nice, and a trigger as well. Okay. Let's see your interface. What have you... And you can picture, again, like this is... We're seeing sort of a montage of you guys traveling through the Helvetic region down into northern
We're learning as we go.
Yeah, as you're sitting around tables talking to people. So I'll do it reverse this time. So interface, here's what else you've heard. You've heard that, further to what you heard about the training, packs of orgiastics reach the Adriatic Sea via a road called the Eden Route. The road is only a warpath for fast troop development. So if you look at the map, you can see the Eden Path is right near the northern end of Pergar. Let's see here. And it's, Licator region. Where is it? Oh no, the Eden Path is what you guys are traveling. The Eden Route. So basically what they're saying is that this is just it's just, once again, a training. This is a factory for churning out indoctrinated or brainwashed troops to go and fight in the wars in the Adriatic against the Jahamedans. It's when as you guys are going along and you're passing more and more of these massive armored soldiers carrying these enormous Biedenhanders. The signature weapon for the for the Anabaptists is this massive 2-handed sword called a Biedenhander. And let me show you. I'll give you a handout of what you could see. This would be representative of a veteran of the of the wars in the Adriatic. Where did I put him? Where are you, buddy? Here we go. So this is, you can picture, this is what you've been passing along the route there. Now there's 2 things I want to point out. For one, actually there's 3 things I want to point out on this. One is the Biedenhander. That's the kind of big fuck-off sword that your colleague carries. That's what many of these troops carry. That sort of like striped pantaloon thing too, that has kind of a Swiss Guard feel to it. That's also a signature part of the Anabaptist belief. The cross with the broken wheel that you see hanging around his neck there, that is the symbol of the Anabaptists and a symbol of the imperfection of the material world. And then you can see the 3 dots on the forehead there. And you may not be able to make it out, but there's a ring through its nose. Your colleague has the same. The 3 markings are markings of the being a part of the Anabaptists. The shape of those dots can be different. They can be lines, they can be stars, they can be whatever, squares, but it's always 3 of them. And the ring through the nose is a recognition of your spirit being anchored in the material world. So this is something you have passed many, many times, and this is much closer to an active war zone, as far as you can tell, interface than what you've traveled through and what you're familiar with in Borca. You've also heard, and I think because, am I right in thinking, Mo, that Interface is sort of keeping his ear to the ground about weird, kind of rumors and stuff like that about the region?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm being quite quiet and not being too active, but obviously, overhearing stuff when I can.
Sure. Well, I think you would have to sort of direct the conversation a little bit to get some of this stuff. But what you hear is that, and this is probably following up on knowing that there is a high-ranking chronicler agent there. In the brushwood of the forests around Lucator, and there's these thick forests that have completely, whatever was cleared out in the modern age, 500 years of free growth has led to these massive, thick, luscious forests. The brushwood of the forests around Lucator, strange talismans and mirror shards have been found from time to time, hanging from the trees. And the last thing that you hear is maybe not something that was a surprise. Oh yeah, this is actually here. You also hear that there is, you were asking, I think, you're asking one of the travelers about whether there is any, any alcove or any other. An alcove is basically, picture like a small, like fortified structure with a massive barcode on the side. That's what the chroniclers set up as like trade stations for scrappers and for people wanting to get access to drafts or whatever, send a message on the stream. There is no alcove here, but what there is a scrapper named Custos, who has a small smithy outside of town where he repairs things in almost no time. I'll give you the name here. That's Custos, the scrapper. And then Olpiano, is there anything that you're sort of trying to direct, like you would have been asking about as you're traveling along here?
Well, maybe he's trying to find out about, if war is coming, what sort of side the Spitalians have taken.
Okay.
I'm assuming that they're siding with the Anabaptists would probably be his.
So there is, so the hospital at, or the, what are they calling it? The sick bay at Vivico has been almost exclusively treating veterans of the Adriatic Wars. So the people who've been coming in, and what you find when someone hears about, this is probably closer to actually Lucator, but when someone hears that you are a disciple of Pharaoh, of Carmina Pharaoh, Carmina Pharaoh is the personal physician to Baptist Altair. So they have a very close relationship there. And that's, you find that, the Anabaptists and the Spitalians have a very favorable relationship. And that's largely thanks to Pharaoh. It was, the Vivico was nothing, before he came. So you've probably made some allies having known that. And in fact, what I'll do, guys, is because this is an interesting mechanic that they introduced with these cult cards. And over the course of the play, we can see it's a way of sort of tracking like reputation. So what you guys can put down is you've got a reputation of +1 with the Anabaptists, as long as Olpiano is in a scene. And if we were playing in person, what I would do is put down the cult cards, and I put a 1 on a dice with turn to 1 in front of you.
Cool.
Okay.
So +1 with the
Anabaptists, yeah.
Anabaptists.
For any social interactions with them, because they've heard that if you are the protege of Pharaoh, of Spitalian Pharaoh, then that's, wow, like that you are, your mentor has been key in treating, the Baptist. Let's see here. What else? Anything else you specifically want to look towards? If it's about the wars, let's see here. What else can you see? So Clan Benesato has been completely absorbed into the Anabaptist cult during the missionary movement. Nowadays, the clan is only a puppet of Cathedral City. Its former power in the area has long since been lost. What you know is that up until when Neva came back, Baptist Altair always had his mind on the mission. The mission of the Anabaptists always came first, which is why he went and fought in the wars and whatnot, and why he's come back and has been running the cloister at Lucator. But he has a brother who is not part of the... He is like a kind of a last remnant of the Benesato. His name is Ennio Benesato. And Ennio was serving as effectively like the mayor of Lucator until Neva came. Neva has come back. She's basically a warrior woman, right? She is... the locals say that like there could not be a better fit for Baptist Altair than her. And she came back. He made her the emissary. And that's basically kind of like the one in control of the local, like the lay power, not the church's power. And since Neva has entered the picture, Ennio really has no power. The local watch is all people who are devout Anabaptists. She runs them, so Ennio really is, the last. If you really want to see personified the neutering of the Benesato clan, it's Ennio Benesato. And what else do you learn here? So what you hear, in contrast to what Interface is hearing about it being a training ground for their orgiastics, there is a second branch of the Anabaptists. And that branch is the ascetic branch. They see more... Because the Anabaptists are not just a warrior cult. They are also cultivators. They also work to try and restore and bring some sense of life and the divine back into the very earth. So the first thing you get when you become a member of the Anabaptist Church is a handful of seeds for you to go and grow. And the first thing that any Anabaptist takes up before they ever touch a Biedenhander is a hoe, because they grow. They are big, wealthy, or big, massive, sprawling farms are part of the Anabaptist landscape. And the ascetics are more in that vein. They're more about contemplation, and they're closer to what you'd think of as like ascetic monks. And what you hear is that the monks of Lucator are an ascetic persuasion. Even though Altair Benesato was a warrior, a holy warrior, the region in general, or the cloister, they live the neognosis more strictly than any other Anabaptist. So they're much closer to very, very devout monks than they are soldiers. So clearly someone is getting the wrong information here. Now, you rolled how many? 1 or 2 triggers? 1 trigger.
For me?
Yeah.
1, yeah.
So let's take a look at that map one more time. just want to show you one thing here. So, you can see... Oh, it's not on here. That's fantastic. So, the Helvetics... And you hear this, I think, when you're into... once you've hit Pergara, or Pergar, the Helvetics have what are effectively like listening posts that they built to try and monitor the chatter, not only from the locals and to spy on the local regions, but also to to just have a presence and an early warning system if Helvetica is going to be under threat. But what you've heard is that several years ago there was an incident at one of the Helvetic listening posts in the region. The Helvetics yield no information on this. It's not something that is recognized, but what you hear, and it's probably from a scrapper that you passed along the way, is that scrappers who found the place found it completely destroyed. And the Helvetics imagine they have 5 centuries of experience of fortifying and holding regions. So to have something that was able to destroy that hidden deep in the mountainous regions between Borca and Pergar, that's scary.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the passage to here. Now, one of the things that really tells you that you're in a different spot, in a different land, is that as soon as you get out of, I think it's the Moreno outpost, and you start making your way along the Eden route, what you start seeing along the roadside are broken crosses. These are the signs of the various pilgrimages that Anabaptists take. So you really know that you are in you're in like Anabaptist country as soon as you step out from the hills and as soon as you start making your way along down towards Lucator. The people you've passed along the way definitely have, there's a lot more of them that have the dots on their head or otherwise, give you the sign of kind of the broken cross as you're passing. This is a much more, I think from your perspective, interface, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, it's a lot more strong superstitions that predominate this this region as opposed to where you're used to being.
Mm-hmm.
The Anabaptists are everywhere here. But as you come around the last bend and make your way down towards Lucator, this is again what you see there. So the cloister is there up on the hill. You can see the water towers sealed behind a massive arcade to keep them safe. There's a big structure in the middle here, which you assume is the traditional Benesato residence, which is basically like it's a keep in the middle of the city. Because that's what the country, or the centuries ago, that's what would have started the Benesato settlement. But let's take a look at let me grab your tokens again here. Let's take a look at the map. So this, guys, this is Lucator. So there's the map of Lucator as you can see you're heading down. The illustration on the right there is a good idea of what you see inside of Lucator. You can see again those big water towers behind the arcade wall. You can see there are broken crosses atop many of the buildings. Not even churches have that, or not only churches have that. And you can see on the left there, that is one of the devout Anabaptists working the field. And you would have passed hundreds of these men and women as you're making your way down towards Lucator. And as you pass through some of the other like roadside farms and so forth, you've seen the same as well. So you head in, and what you've heard about Lucator, I guess, in terms of where to stay, is there is a place called the Bleeding Ram, located right here. It's a bit of a wild place. It's called the Bleeding Ram because the Jehammedans believe that the ram is kind of a holy symbol. They see themselves in the, as opposed to the lost faith of Christians who identify with the lamb, they see themselves as rams. And what the Bleeding Ram is basically a tavern or an inn full of the war spoils from 100 years worth of war against the Jehammedans. So it's full of like ram skulls and stuff that's been seized from the different Jehammedans. Their sabers, their ram cloaks and stuff like that is all across this. Opliano, you've been here before when you passed through. The other places that travelers can stay is the Alms House, which is over here. That's basically like the poor place where you stay. And that's assuming you don't have any friends or family you can stay with. And I don't think either of you guys do. So it was Judge Eckert who sort of encouraged you guys to pursue this, the apocalyptic to this region. But he unfortunately has been held up at the Helvetics, and it may be because the judges do not have any kind of temporal authority here. They've got no legal authority, so bossy guys with giant hammers who think they know what's right, it's probably not the first person you want to let into your country. So we're going to say that, to explain Steve's absence, he's sort of delayed right now. But what are you guys thinking? So I've done an awful lot of talking here to give you some background. What have you guys been thinking about how to pursue this?
Is there I forget the term, hang on.
What is it you're thinking of?
Is there a chronicler sort of like safe house or a...
No, there's not. There's actually there's not a what there would be is either a cluster, which is like a proper big place, or an alcove. An alcove is a smaller. That's the sort of pillbox type thing that I was describing before with a big barcode on the side. There's probably a couple of reasons for that. For one, the Helvetics really don't like chroniclers all that much. After they caught a couple chroniclers in their computer rooms trying to, gain access to stuff or steal stuff, they kind of showed them the door and have not been keen about giving the chroniclers a lot of access. And because of that, it means if they're giving you hassle to try and get across the Alps, it's hard for chroniclers to get down here. So it's partly that. It's also partly, as I said, the region's been picked over so much that the reason for setting up here would be to try and get access to scrapper technology and stuff like that. And if there's nothing that the scrappers are bringing in of value, it's hard to justify that being here. And then also the Anabaptists maybe just don't want a techno cult, setting up shop in the background. Now, you have heard that there's that agent here, but you know nothing apart from knowing that there is an agent here. And it would not be surprising it's not unusual for the left hand to not know what the right hand is doing in the chroniclers. Does that answer your question, Mo?
Yeah, I'm going to suggest presumably we've been travelling for several days and probably could do with a rest in the inn. So I think going to the inn,
yep,
which was the Bleeding Ram,
yep,
and maybe spend the night there and see if we get any of our colleagues turn up, and also do a bit of gentle questioning in the evening in the bar and see if we can find out what's going on in the city.
Sure.
How obvious are burn people who are using burn?
So
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some drugs you can tell that people are on them, and
absolutely. So for these, if they're on it, you should be able to know. Like you would be able to see someone. But more telling as well too. Chronic users can develop that chakra. Their body will, and it's always in a very specific location as well too. Like the reason they call it the chakras is also because if you're familiar with sort of like Indian mysticism, the idea being that there's different spots in your spine where different energies kind of vest. The different eschaton, like the different sort of meteors that fell, they manifest in different chakras. So depending on which one you do, but it's always in the same region. So, you know, if you look on, say, the belly, there's always going to be the same chakra that manifests there in a big, like, bloody rash.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, Mo, that's fine. Like, why don't we... we've been going for about an hour and a half right now. Why don't we take... Well, I'll finish answering your questions, Jeff. Mo, you can go ahead and take your break. And then we'll take our break. I'll let the dog out. And then we'll come back and continue the investigation. So yeah, like if you're trying to track down who's chronic users, finding, you know, the if the spore infestation reaches a certain level and it manifests as that because they've been chronically using burn over and over, then that's an easy way to do that. However, it requires you to like force people to, you know, expose their bellies or their chest or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
But it definitely is. Like it's, and the other thing is, remember you've got your splayer with that mollusk in it as well, and it will. You can use that to interpret whether there is spore infestation or not.
Oh, okay. So
Right.
as they use the burn, they gain spore infestation.
Exactly. And there are ways of getting rid of spore infestation, but chronic users their bodies don't have a chance to kind of get rid of it, so it just builds up, and then it manifests, and then at the extreme is where they can become leperos, and then they're a threat to everyone because if they're thrown in with, I mentioned yesterday too, like the different types of psychonauts. I mean, all of them are terrifying in their own way, but in terms of raw physical terror, the psychokinetics that manifest in Purgara are fucking terrifying. Because this is something like, this is not a setting where there's like, you know, magic or, you know, like the idea of someone coming in and having the ability to wipe out a town. Like maybe there's some bygone technology that could do that if the Neo-Libyans deployed a couple of their massive surge tanks. You know, these things that are enormous, like house-sized tanks. Yeah, maybe that could do it. But the idea that one Homo Degenesis, one psychonaut could show up and destroy a town on its own with its spore-infested power, that's what, you know, that's what leads people to what they use to scare kids to go to bed. And
of course.
And the leperos can become slaves to them by virtue of the chakra, the earth chakra that links up with the psychonauts.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so let's take our break here,
Okay.
and then we will be back. So for those listening at home, we'll be back in about 5 minutes here. Okay. Oh, hey, John. Nice. So, John says, have fun with Interface, Mo. John played Interface last night and got you 10 XP. Oh, one thing I should talk about as well, too, is your potentials. You'll see under your character sheet on the on the right and the midway down, you'll have something called potentials listed there. Your potentials are kind of like it's kind of like what feats or abilities would be in other games. It's special things that your characters can do that no others can do. So you have two interface. You've got fractal memory and you've got upload. And then, Jeff, yeah, you're sitting on 10 XP as well, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm just going to add something in here. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. Are you able to add, let's see here, the experience?
Yeah, I just changed it to 10.
Oh, did you? Okay, great. Great. All right. So, guys, so you've been making your way down into Lucator, and we can see again on the... got that kind of covered up. I'll make a handout for you of the view into Lucator, the approach to Lucator. All this art, incidentally, is from the actual books.
So as far as getting to this smuggler, Mo, what I'm thinking is, I mean, there's a few paths. Like one is
Your
obviously...
levels are a bit low there.
Oh, am I quiet?
Yeah, I had mine turned down because I was eating a biscuit, so I should be back to...
Yeah, I can hear you.
let me check my levels. Actually, yeah, I'm probably a bit low. That's a bit better.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of options. Like one is, try to purchase drugs and try and work your way up the drug sellers a little bit to try and get to the actual smuggler. But neither El Piano or Interface really seem like the kind who can do undercover work. So I was thinking another direction is maybe there is another Spitalia here or a little hospital or something where people actually get care. And maybe if we go talk to them, we could find someone addicted to burn and try and question them and see what they know.
I think that's probably easier than, as you say, I'm a bit obvious if I walk in.
Yeah, we're not really
mask and
great
stuff.
infiltrators, yeah.
So the town of Lucator itself is only about 3,000 people, with about 10,000 in the province in general. There are scattered Spitalians throughout, but not like an outpost in Lucator itself. Though there is a weekly outrider that delivers mail and whatnot to Vivico. You've also heard that there is a...
Well, even if they don't have a Spitalian, they must have some kind of, some kind of medicine or healthcare, like something.
Yeah, well, they have. Yeah, there's going to be a local apothecary to sort of fill in, but because you've got Vivico so close, if you need real medical attention and you've got the money for it, you'd probably go to Vivico, and bring a Spitalian through, or people passing through.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's sort of the you deal with the sort of folk wisdom up until the point where you need to have some, if you've got the money and you believe in the stuff. In this region, too, a lot of the answer is probably to pray. Right? So it's not even that, while the soldiers and whatnot can see the value in having a bone set or having, surgery or whatever if it's necessary, the vast majority of people here would think that, you need to pray on it better, because it's a very, very devout kind of country. Things that you pass on the way in as well, too. You can see there's the commission house, which is sort of like it's an outlying residents for dealing with like dignitaries and other sort of like travelers who don't necessarily want to stay inside the city walls. And you can see on your right as you're going in the sort of like condensation coming off the cold stores. Their refrigeration is obviously not a thing. You know, mass electrification is not a thing in Lucator, but the cold stores is where you would keep your meats and anything else that you need to preserve. You pass in the streets, obviously a lot of Anabaptists or devout followers. You can see or hear the sound of smiths going as well, to the falling of hammers. There's cattle that are, you know, being led through the street as well too. Timber products and peat moss. The Lombard bog nearby to the west is a source of peat, so that becomes the trade good of like dried peat as a fuel source is an enormous part of the, you know, the local economy. So you pass through this the region here. It sounds like what the plans are is to try and contact a local sort of medic or apothecary. Is that right?
Well, and if there isn't one, maybe I could set up as one.
Absolutely, yeah.
And, you know, be treating people or helping people with whatever injuries or problems they have. And then if, while I'm examining them, I could try and find out if they have a burn addiction.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. So the when you make your way across, it's late in the day, and it has been drizzling for like the last 3 days. You know, the date is March. Hold on here. I want to say like 25th, I think, but let me double check that. But it is March in any event, you know, and March in March 28th, the year 2595. So, when you reach here, you know, everyone seems to be sort of heading home for the day. You pass by what you're guessing is the city guard, which is a bunch of orgiastics as well too. Interface, this is definitely a theocracy that you're sort of making your way through. They may say that there's the, you know, you pass by the square on the way to the Bleeding Ram, and the Market Square at the far end. That's where you see the House Benesato, and that has the symbol of House Benesato, which is 3 peaks behind with, I believe, 2. Where is it here? I was going to scan this in for you as well too, guys, but I forgot to do it. 2 horses going in. Let me hold that up first. This is the symbol, or the crest of House Benesato. See if I can get it focused. Boom. Whoop. There we go. And there's a large pennant hanging from the keep there with that sigil on it. And you see 1 or 2 of them in here, but what is by far more common is the broken cross. So you make your way down into the to the entrance to the Bleeding Ram, and you can hear it's quite raucous in there. You know, whatever is going on whatever's going on in town has brought a lot of people to the Bleeding Ram. Busier probably than the last time you were here. And the inn itself is a convoluted inn. It's sort of like been built up over the centuries to be added on to new structures, you know, as you go along. Upon entering, you find the rooms filled with relics from the Adriatic Wars. Icons taken from the Jahamedans adorn the walls, hanging next to the broken sabers, tattered leather armor, and the skins, skulls, and horns of rams. The showpiece of this ghoulish ghoulish exhibition is a large vial hanging from the ceiling that's supposed to be filled with an Izaki's blood. And an Izaki, let's see if you guys know what that is. Someone give me intelligence or intellect plus legends, and if you've got networking, you can add that as a bonus as well. You do. That's awesome. So whatever your score is in networking, add that as bonus dice. Give me a roll. Let's see what you can learn about this. Nice interface. Yeah. All right. So what you know, both of you guys know this. Okay. So this is not a surprise to you. The Izaki, the Jahamadans have a fairly regimented way of thinking about their family. Men who are men can become heads of their own tribes called Ebrami. And the Ebrami can have basically two different kinds of wives. They have a Hagari, which is sort of their their everyday wife. And then they have another one with the name that escapes me, which is their sort of like spiritual wife. And the spiritual wife can only lay with their spiritual wife once a year. And then if they happen to get pregnant and they happen to have a boy, it is seen as a chosen child, a chosen champion, an Izaki. And the Izaki are sort of seen as kind of like offerings to Jahamadan or to God as frontline fighters. They are grown from the time they were born. They're basically trained to become these massive or incredibly powerful frontline fighters. They fight on horseback with these big sabers. If someone killed an Izaki and is holding its blood up there, that's it's fortunate that there's no Jahamadans in here, because that would be an incredible insult to them. This is a stark reminder of just how vicious the conflict is between the Anabaptists and the Jahamadans in the Adriatic. However, and one of the reasons that maybe that you enjoy here, Opiano, going with your seeker kind of nature, is there's constantly people telling war stories from the time in the Adriatic Wars, right? Veterans love hanging out here, talking about what's happened there, and you get to learn quite a bit about the other cults and what's happening, elsewhere in the world. Today, however, this place is completely full. Like, there's not an empty seat to be found in here. So as you guys walk in and you wander your way around through here, Ulpiano, I think the one of the, or at least you recognize one of the sort of like barkeeps or the people who manage the Bleeding Ram. It's an old guy named Eric, and he has the three markings. This place, the Bleeding Ram, has been in his family for generations. So he's sort of like, excuse me. And it's clear that you guys have all your traveling, gear on still. You've left your horse tethered out front, Ulpiano. But he looks, at both of you, and he just says, "No room. No room."
What do you mean, no room?
There's no room. You'll have to try. If you can find a seat, you can eat, you can drink. You can't sleep here tonight. You'll have to try the almshouse. Spitalion, I'm sorry. And he kind of gestures around, look, and it's packed, As you guys are talking, like one or two other drunken, Anabaptists sort of push past you guys. It's, it's a Saturday night on an insanely popular pub, you can picture. And he just sort of, like, he called away by one of his staff, and it's kind of like, I'm sorry, go, and he walks off. So you guys take a moment to kind of look around, and like, shit, like there's nowhere to sit. And if the almshouse doesn't have accommodations, you may be sleeping out in the drizzle and the rain again.
Crap. I mean, which is what we've been doing, but
yeah,
still, we were really hoping for some beds.
Can I use the vocoder to try and like generate some audio signal that will push people away, so it can at least get a table?
That would be a really clear way of getting into a fight.
Okay.
Like
as you say, a bad idea.
What a vocoder does is it weaponizes your voice. So like you can try and what you could do, Mo, is you got because of you're a creepy chronicler, you may be able to sort of intimidate someone into freeing a seat up. Because you can picture you've got that like the way we were describing is like, Darth Vader or some other kind of like weird digitized, robo voice. That's what what you appear as, or what you sound like. So I think to get yourself free, what I need from you is a psyche and what's it called?
Domination, maybe?
Yes, psyche and domination. Thank you. Because of the translation, the game is originally written in German. Because of the translation, some of the names for skills they don't quite line up with what I would have expected. I forget stuff quite a bit. That's incredible. Now, hold on. Your upload ability...
Oh, yes, I should. Hang on, let me...
Yeah, your upload potential also gives you a free trigger.
Yeah, so that would be an
awesome
extra trigger, wouldn't it?
Okay, so let's see here. That means 4 with 2 triggers. I'm going to roll...
Apologies if this starts a fight.
No, that's awesome. It plays up to the whole creepy chronicler thing. Now, actually, you know what? Roll, because you're leaving a first impression as well too. Give us an extra D6 roll, because your chronicler suit always gives a +1 to first impressions. 5, another success. So it's 5 successes with 2 triggers. Okay. So let me roll for them. Here.
So there might be some people who are just naturally don't want to be around him.
Oh yeah, like the again, like they're just in this world, like this is closer to medieval life than it is to modern day life. There are certain elements where, like, if you're rich or powerful, you can make use of shortwave radio or a streamer connection if you're a chronicler. But the kind of technology that the chroniclers have access to it might as well be magic for the vast majority of people. So the things they can do, to touch you and cause pain, is like, how would that not be seen as magic by a less advanced mind? So they're just, and again, like, how terrifying would it be for someone to just hurt you with their voice?
Yeah, well, that would be, even today, that would be terrible.
Oh, yeah. And then you add in the fact that there's just not a widespread dissemination of knowledge. Superstition is really strong. So the chroniclers are very, very, very creepy, and definitely make a distinct impression. They seem to know things from far away. They can, seem to have their eyes present when no one is present. Like, there's all sorts of creepy shit that they just assume is supernatural. So let's hear. This is what they rolled. I rolled 1 success with a trigger. So you were gonna. What do we see, Mo, as Interface walks over to one of these tables and then just says something to cause them to leave?
I really should have my Ableton Live set up, and I could do the creepy voice. It's probably something like, "Is this seat taken?" but in a very monotonic, robotic style voice.
Okay.
Imagine Darth Vader comes up to the seat
Yeah.
you're at in the pub and says, "Sorry, is this seat taken?"
Awesome. So yeah, it's 2 younger. Where's Opiano? Here we go. It's 2 younger Anabaptists who are kind of sitting there. They kind of, like, they're laughing, and then they sort of got to get a look on their face as you walk over. Both of them kind of stagger to their feet before you even say anything, and are kind of like, oh. And you say, "Is this seat taken?" And both of them kind of look, turn and bolt for the door. So Interface, you look back at Opiano, and Opiano, yeah, place is open now.
Well, yeah, I look at the guy and I'm like, I guess a table just opened up.
Yeah.
The owner kind of, shrugs and gestures for you guys to sit down. So you sit down, and beer and cheese and meat are brought to you with some relatively fresh bread. What happens next, guys? So you sit down. This has been a long time coming. Opiano, you've got your mask off. Interface, I don't know how you want to handle this.
I'm not sure how they'd eat, but I mean, to be honest, after being on the road for several days,
Yep.
I could certainly do with sitting down and having a nice meal rather than just like trail rations.
Sure.
That we've made on the side of the road up and down a pass.
So what you can do is, like, you can easily take your mask off, and it'll. I mean, like, your vocoder won't work while it's off, but the chroniclers aren't like the Spitalians where they're completely shaven and whatever else. You can grow hair, facial hair, long hair, whatever you want. Your character can look however you like. The one distinct thing that the chroniclers have, though, is a barcode tattoo right across their forehead that's used to enter into and out of clusters.
Okay, well, I'll take the mask off and make sure the barcode's up, and then I shall just enjoy the meal. But I will keep an eye out for anyone that's trying to, like, check us out.
Sure.
I mean, not just is there someone that's obviously looking at us?
I think that, like, initially you guys definitely get some, some attention. It's not a Spitalian and Chronicler traveling together is a little unusual, and especially with the Chronicler not having any real presence here. That's yeah. And I think that, am I correct that you just left everything on your horse apart from you, but you would have brought your splayer in?
Yeah, I mean, I might not just leave the rifle outside. Like, I would bring it in, like, I'd be encumbered while I'm walking kind of thing, but I don't know if how safe it is to just leave something like that outside.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could go to the stables at the kind of the north end of town there, right up here, to stable your horse.
Okay, yeah. Then I think I would encumber myself just to walk around.
Sure. So you've got all that gear with you.
Too valuable to me to just leave somewhere.
Sure.
Wouldn't trust people.
So what from previous travels in here too is that the use of weapons is prohibited. You can carry your stuff, but if you use it, then the full force of the local law will come down on you.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Of course.
So yeah, and people are sort of it's the fungicide rifle is as you can see in your illustration, is a really complex apparatus. It's definitely drawing people's attention if you got those things in there. And once or twice there's like a waitress who sort of kicks it as she's trying to get by, and she's like, "Hey!" And then you look back in her face and she's kind of like, "All right." So now, as much as you were able to get yourself a seat, no amount of persuasion will get you a room here. So you will, once you get, the food in you, it's just a matter of time before you're going to have to make your way to the almshouse. And find.
Yeah, I think just having a nice meal and then see if we can get a bunk or a pallet for the night at the almshouse.
Why don't we do this, guy? So you mentioned that you might want to talk to some people as well too. Tell me about kind of how that goes. Like, are you actually just keeping to yourselves, or are you trying to mingle?
Well, we're trying to find this sort of burn user stuff. Is it obvious when someone's using burn? Could we see if someone's got like burn marks or
Jeff? I'll let you take the lead on this.
Marks on the chakras.
You're the Spitalian.
In the room.
Yeah. Well, we can. Yeah, there's some indication. I mean, as far as a heavy user, to find that out, we'd have to basically get them to take their shirt off. But as far as just seeing if someone's high on it, yes, we could probably look around and find someone if there's any here.
Okay, I think we'll do that, and then obviously, if we get anything, maybe we could follow them home. Or maybe we just go to the almshouse, checking that no one's following us.
I think we should secure beds at this point because...
Yeah, I think you're right.
If this place
I don't want to sleep on the street.
No.
Yeah, because I imagine we're quite high up, so this is not quite the Alps, but we're not like down on the coast, so it's going to get cold out now.
Yeah.
So I think, let's go and get a bed, but obviously we'll keep an eye out for anyone trying to follow us, I think.
Yeah.
If we've been picked up by interested parties, or maybe there's a local secret police. They somewhat asked historical, but, is there the equivalent of the Council of the 9, the 12? They have their own people that keep an eye on this. I'm going on Italian-style history here. Yeah,
no, I mean, what you know is that like, in a place like this, they don't really need to have a secret police because it's a theocracy. The Bene Sato were absorbed by the Anabaptists so long ago that there's not really a need to distinguish it. The town guard, from what what's her name? Karina tells you, Town Guard is effectively under Neva's control. So Neva is married to the Baptist. It's effectively an Anabaptist-run town. They can whatever they want to investigate or whatnot, as long as it pursues the interests of the Anabaptists, they're going to be able to do that. So, yeah, you're definitely in a foreign land at this point. So you finish your meal, you finish your drinks, and then you head out. One of the things you also, your technology interface, you having this exposed to the rain for this long, you're grateful that you have Ulpiano won't necessarily know this, but you've got a modification, a module on your Chronicler suit that can cause a screaming sound if someone tries to, pick a pocket or try to mess around with your armor. A terrifying sound, in fact. And you're grateful, though, that you don't have the shocking thing, because that can actually malfunction with constant exposure to liquid. So it's pretty good. You guys leave, and you make your way over to the almshouse. Maybe what I'll do is, let me put little tokens out here for you guys, so you guys can move yourselves around. We'll keep the big tokens for tracking your health and whatnot. Let me actually put those down here. Boom. There you go. I'll put one next to you there, Jeff. One next to you, Mo. And then we'll make little smaller versions. Go piano. So you guys can whoop, boom. There we go. There's Hui Ol Piano at the thing there, and then Hui interface. Oh, Abby says in chat, my bro, we haven't given up on AD&D. Abby, this is today's our gaming marathon, our annual gaming marathon, so we're doing something different for today, tonight, and Monday night. So we will be back to AD&D very soon. Just today we're playing Degenesis. All right, guys, so go ahead and move yourselves over in the direction of the almshouse, which is at 4.
I was thinking if we take a roundabout route, so we could more easily decide if someone's following us. So I was thinking if we go towards the gate and then round by the wall.
Okay. What is your perception? It'll be under instinct.
Ow.
I have a perception of 2.
Of 2? Okay.
2.
All right. And what's yours, Mo?
2 as well.
2 as well?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is a secret check, I think.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm making the check for you. All right, so what... from what you can tell, nobody is following an interface. You're fairly confident of that, too. You sound like you're the slightly more paranoid of the two. So after making your way around, you get some strange looks from people as you're going. Ulpiano's lugging around this massive Splayer rifle, as well as his or a fungicide rifle, as well as the Splayer. It's not the most quiet thing. So as far as you can tell, no one's following you. So then finally in the rain, you guys reach the almshouse, which is a 1-story wooden building with drafty windows that was once an improvised grain shed. Nowadays, it's only used by poor transients who need a dry place to sleep for a few nights. And as you guys, walk up, I think... Oh, you can't control the token?
No.
Let's see here. Oh, it's weird. It doesn't... Okay, so that's interface. Normally, when you drag and drop a character, it automatically defaults to you guys having control over it. I don't know why that's not working. Try moving your tokens now, guys. The teeny.
Yeah, now I control, yeah.
Great. All right. Mo, you've got control over your teeny token now, too?
Yeah.
Okay. So
now we're...
Yeah, so you guys walk up and you sort of, pull the door open. This place is you can picture. I'm picturing it being effectively like a full of like bunk beds. It's not warm, and it's sort of like a hostel, I guess. And when you open the door, there's someone who is who's sitting with a oil lamp going that's reading. She looks up and says, "Oh, two?"
Yep. Yes, please, ma'am.
Let me just check one thing here. She says, House Benesato welcomes you. And... wait, where is it here? And asks a donation of 1 draft or dinar as alms. So I think you guys both have... actually, did I forget? Drafts are the Chroniclers. Drafts should be in the top. Yeah, 1 draft is what it's going to cost.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. I don't have any right now.
Oh, so you should actually have left over. 1 second here, because both you guys come from fairly rich cults. What's your score in resources, Olpiano?
3.
3, holy shit. And your rank is a 3, right? So it's 6. And there's battalion 6 times, so you would have 600. So figure you've got at least 250 Chronicler drafts left. Interface, how many do you have left?
I had 500.
Okay.
So I can't seem to edit the sheet to subtract anything, but...
I had difficulty with that too. Hold on, let me see what's going on here. Oh, you know what? You might need to hit the cog.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Where's my character sheet gone?
Yeah, at the top there, the cog on the left. You click that, you should be able to edit it. And actually, I want to put in, you've got 10 experience as well too. That has not been spent. Or it has been spent, that's why you got 0. Hold on. Right. Okay. You're able to edit it now, Mo?
Yeah.
Great.
I can get my little drop down, so yeah.
Okay. So, you had the money over to him, and you can see there is a very faded sigil of House Benesato on the inside here. She takes the drafts and she says, House Benesato, and in sort of like a perfunctory way, as if someone who says it so much. House Benesato thanks you for your generosity. And she sits back down and goes back to reading whatever it is she was reading. You guys can see there's really no one else in here. So you're free to sort of take whatever bunks you want. It's certainly not as nice and warm as what a bed at the Bleeding Ram might have been, but it is a damn sight better than sort of the lean-tos that you've sometimes been forced to sleep in as you've been making your way down here.
Take it.
Okay. So you guys remove your equipment now. Interface. I don't know if you actually remove your outside of a cluster, whether you actually remove your full suit or not. I don't think they do, because I think that takes away from the mystique. But you can take the mask and whatever else off if you like. It means that you're kind of disgusting as well. Like there's gonna be some serious funk under your Chronicler suit when you finally do take it off. Same thing with the Spitalians. But to get a good night's sleep, you're gonna have to get the Olpiano at least. You're gonna have to get your suit off.
Is there a place to wash? Is there like basic facilities for a privy and?
There's probably a privy out back, but not really like this is the poor house. This is if you've got no other place to stay. If you ask her about it, she maybe will like gesture to a basin, say wells 2 blocks away, and then goes back to her book.
Well, I'll go and get some water, at least freshen up, even if I don't, take a proper shower or bath or anything.
Sure. Okay. So you bring some of that
we've been
back.
on the road for about a week, haven't we? So.
Absolutely.
Several days. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll freshen up and things.
Okay. So you go out and collect some water from the well and come back in. Olpiano, what have you been doing during that time?
don't know. Like, maybe, you know, taking a chance now that we're indoors and stuff to, like, fix up my field kit and, you know, take note of my bandages now that we're in town and stuff. Like, you know, reassess all my medical equipment now that I'm sort of somewhere warm and dry.
So one thing I'll say is that the Lucator itself has a... Well, this game, like a lot of different, you know, sci-fi games, has the idea of tech level in it. You'll see that some of your gear has a specific tech level assigned to it. What that tells you is sort of like how complex the equipment is, and different communities also have tech levels where it sort of sets what you can actually expect to get a hold of there. The tech level in Lucator is 3.
Oh, so not bad.
No, it's not like the, you know, certainly in comparison. Remember I was saying how like you've been passing like Stone Age level technology and communities in Southern Franca. Lucator for the most part has or not Lucator, but Purgar has survived at around that like tech level 3 region, with some places going as high as like 4 or 5. Or at least having some elements of technology that are 4 or 5. Vivico, for instance, would be a 4, I think, at least, because of the complex medical technology that's there.
Yeah.
The reason that's important is because if tomorrow you want to go and, like, say, restock on bandages or things like that, you can definitely take care of that. And Interface, you have, because you are a mediator, because of your rank within the Chroniclers, you have a printer that can print off up to 50 Chronicler drafts per month. So you have access, in addition to the money you've got, you can also like print off more funds. So anything that is tech level 3 or lower, you can definitely find elsewhere in Lucator if you want to restock on stuff. Or if there's things that, you know, I didn't grab that you want to have for your character sheet, you're free to do that. But that's for tomorrow. So while you're sort of, you know, taking stock in your field kit, it was an eventful trip down here with what happened in Southern Franca. But we'll talk about that another time. And Interface comes in with clean water in the basin and starts sort of washing up. And you're in the course of doing that when there's the door opens and you can hear someone and 2 other... Well, there's 3 people who basically walk in. And I think, Interface, you're sort of like, you know, splashing water on your face as you're doing this. Opiano, you've got your field kit sort of half disassembled and you're putting it back together. You guys look over and what you see is a young woman who looks like probably in her like late teens, early 20s, dressed, relatively speaking, fairly well, wearing a sigil of House Benesato on it, or Clan Benesato. And accompanied by 2 look like armed men. They're wearing some kind of jerkin, and they're carrying pikes. And she walks right past the woman working at the door and turns to you and says, "I'm sorry, but the almshouse must be vacated. We have, it is desperately needed for an itinerant preacher who is arriving in the evening. We had word, but House Benesato will not leave, so it extends its invitation for you both to stay at the commission house." Now, it's not unusual to be, you know, to have preachers come through, but it'd be weird for you guys to be kicked out into another. Just to give you context for this, it's weird for them to kick you out of the almshouse. This is the purpose of this place. It's supposed to be for poor travelers to be able to stay here. So interfacing,
right, and send us somewhere else is very strange.
Yeah. So you two kind of look at each other. What do you say?
So the commission house appears to be like outside the gates, doesn't it?
It is, yeah. You passed it when you were coming in as well. and the second here.
So do we know what this is? Is it like the guards' barracks or?
Which, the commission house?
Yeah.
No. The commission house is a 2-story building that was an inn for emissaries and dignitaries from the area. Now it's usually used as a place for guests of the cloister. So that might tell you something as well too. If there's preachers arriving, but they're putting them in the almshouse rather than the commission house, and you're having the commission house offered to you.
Yeah. Which is like a nicer place in some ways.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a nicer place. It's a place where like I said, they put up guests who are guests of the cloister. They're put up there, not in the almshouse.
Okay.
So how do you guys? She's standing there, sort of waiting for your reaction. If you need assistance with your goods, we can assist.
What we? Oh.
So she's from the cloister, effectively. So
she's introduced herself as House Benesato, and the two men who are with her, they are they're house guards from Benesato. They are not part of the town watch, which would be Anabaptists. They are not part of Neva's service. They've introduced themselves as House Benesato. That means they are not sent by the cloister.
And the cloister would be in charge of the alms place, where?
It would be guests of the commission house, yeah.
Right.
Technically, it would be under... So, technically, the control over all the town does fall under Ennio. Ennio Benesato is the mayor. He would have control over all that stuff. What you've heard is that Neva, as the emissary, has assumed control over the town watch and everything else. She's the one who makes all the decisions here. But technically, it would be the mayor, Ennio, would be the one running this. So even though the guests of the cloister would be staying at the commission house, it's the city, it's Lucator itself, that it would actually be paying for it and upkeeping it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll thank them.
Yeah, we don't need any help with our gear, but will the...
What about our horses?
How will the commission house know to let us in to stay there? We can't just tell them that we've been sent there.
Forgive me. My name is Donna. I will be escorting you. You will be guests of House Benesato. As is tradition, we will have none stay in the streets.
Thank you, sister. Could we move our horses to the commission house? Do they have stables there, or is it...
They probably... how many horses do you have?
Just the one.
Just the one each, I would imagine.
The one...
Maybe just a pack horse.
Yes, we could have there with the caravan stables presently.
Oh, okay, well, if they're there, that's all right.
Oh, well, the horse is on the far side of town right now, so it is... The horse is stabled, just it's not like right at the commission house. So do you want to add, I guess, like the fact that they're not having the priest stay there, that's unusual. Do you want to...
Exactly.
I'll give Aparnio a look and maybe look at the young woman and say, so the priest is an ascetic who doesn't want to stay in a nice place and wants to commune with, I would say God, but I don't know whether that suits in this situation. Really, I'm asking obliquely is, why is a priest staying here and you're kicking out itinerants like us? So but I'm trying to do it in a polite way. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Her lip kind of, curls up, and she says, "They are flayers." Now, let me show you what flayers are, guys. So, as is probably not a big surprise, in the face of apocalyptic times, some faiths that have developed in the aftermath of the Eschaton are quite severe. the different various sects of flayers, which really can't be seen as necessarily like an organized group, but there's people who will travel around scourging their backs, scourging their heads, putting crowns of thorns on them, manacling themselves with barbed manacles, leaving bloody wrecks around them. They travel around all of the, the entire region of what was Europe. If there's flayers coming here and staying in here, you sure shit don't want to be in there. But they have, they definitely capture some popular imagination. So like they're not just eliminated. They can't just be eliminated because they are seen as holy men by some. Like people will follow behind a flayer and mop up bits of its blood and keep it as a relic. So there's a pack of flayers coming here. The last thing you want is to be staying with those lunatics.
Right.
If you think the Anabaptists are extreme, the flayers are well beyond that. Now, you don't necessarily know what this particular like sect is here, but they're not really organized. They're more just, self-mutilation, flagellation, things like that. And then they'll carry that on until they die or they're killed by someone. And should be clear, flayers are definitely not part of the formal Anabaptist structure. So you both kind of look at each other. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. I see why you may not want them staying in your nice place.
She says, all the holy men and women are welcome as guests of House Benesato. You don't need to make a roll to know that that's probably not sincere.
Right, of course.
Yeah. So, with that in mind, and knowing that there are flayers coming here, I think Ulpiano, obviously the threat of like infection coming from that kind of stuff, that exposure to crazy bodily fluids and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, some flayers, that they are not necessarily free of corruption as well too. So, another reason why you may not want to be around them. But in any event, once you've grabbed your materials and your stuff, Donna waits, gives you as much time as you need, doesn't give you a feel that you're being rushed, and then you guys are escorted over to Commission House.
Before I do that, I'll put the mask on, and then I will go to the woman who was in charge and say, "Sister, I think we need a refund," and I shall put the full vocoder into it.
Okay. She kind of, scrambles, and she's pretty much paralyzed in place by you until Dana says, kind of clears her throat, and both of you guys have your drafts returned to you.
Thank you, sister. And then I will follow Dana.
Okay. So it is a short march through the, through the streets to get to Commission House. And again, you can see the, as you get over there, you can see the sort of condensation coming off of the cold stores as well. It's the number 2 there is the exchange. It's kind of like for small merchants who don't have enough, like a regular presence to take a stall in the market square, or just are not welcome in there. This is sort of where they sell. So you've got this sort of more like a street market kind of feel outside of the city walls and across from where you'll be staying. But where you're staying actually affords a pretty decent view of the entire city. You see the illustration on the top right there? I wasn't able to get the full picture, but it's actually a view from the second floor of the Commission House of Lucator. So, come morning, once the sun comes up again and pokes over one of the, Borreo, the easternmost mountain, it'll be quite a lovely view. You guys walk up, and as the door is opened, and forgive me, the servant for House Benesato is not named Donna. Donna is someone who you're about to meet. So the door opens, and you see Donna, a servant, waiting inside. And the first floor of the commission house is very welcoming. Let me show you what Donna looks like here. Donna, you would guess, is probably from the Balkan originally, guys. She's got dark hair, pale skin, and very, very blue eyes. She's not unattractive, but she's not, she's not a particularly comely woman. But she's very, very friendly, and with a slightly accented voice, says, "Please, please, welcome to Commission House." And as you guys come in, you can see that there is a low fire that's burning in the fireplace in the hall. There is a barrel of fresh water, a flask of wine, roasted bread, and franken honey that are standing on the kitchen counter. She leads you inside, and the servant from House Benesato sort of, nods and says, nods to Donna, and the door closes, and they head back into town. Donna says, welcome, please, make yourselves at home.
Thank you for having us.
Of course, you are guests of House Benesato. We are welcome. We are grateful that you could accommodate and provide us and free the necessary beds at the almshouse. I understand that they are necessary. Please, I have food. There is a warm fire, and she leads you upstairs to where your quarters will be. And there's several rooms upstairs, separate rooms too, so you guys can have separate quarters, with decent beds. And through the barred windows, you've got a good view of the area to the west. So you can see the farmlands stretched out before you. They're sort of lost in the darkness and the haze. But you can also see over here there is another ascetic temple, or ascetic Anabaptist temple over here, a squat structure, and there is the pass that you guys came in on along the Eden Road. And looking out to the east, you can see Lucator itself. With the privacy afforded by these rooms interface, you should have no difficulty taking all of your outfit off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll take off and clean up a bit, and then I think I'll go down for some food, I think. And I'll say that to Arpenio. But it's nice to have a chance to clean up and some nice food.
Well, this might be one of the nicest places I've ever stayed. In some ways.
Dana kind of giggles at that and says, I hear that the accommodations in your hospitals are quite stark. Can I pour you?
Yes.
Can I pour you water?
Absolutely.
So she gets you guys water. She offers you, sets out a little spread for you guys to have some fresh bread, honey, and she chit chats a little bit with you guys, asking about where you came from, where you're going, what brings you to Lucator. I keep saying mayor. What I mean to say is governor. It's actually Ennio Benesato is the governor of Lucator.
Yeah, I don't think we give her too much information about our mission.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we would say we're here to help the people addicted to burn.
Really? Here?
Well, all over here, wherever that vile drug is taking hold.
Are things so bad across the Alps that addiction runs rampant through the communities? That burn affects so many?
Well, it's surprising more than you would think.
Well, you'll find none of that in Lucator. I say, this is truly if the Anabaptists are to be believed, then that scourge of the Demiurge has been driven from Lucator, or so they say.
Yes. Well, we will see.
Then, Anything else happened this evening, guys?
Well, I think I was kind of interrupted when I was searching through my medical equipment, so I would just finish that once I got to my room.
Okay. How about you, Interface?
No, I mean, I think after a nice meal, I'll take the mask off just to be friendly rather than doing the voice. So, yeah, I think a nice meal.
She's a bit
Can
shocked.
we actually look...
Oh, so what was that, Mo?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, she's a bit shocked by when you take your mask off. It's kind of a, oh, you're young. You're so young.
Don't believe all you hear, young lady. Yeah, I'm also going to see... could we watch out of the windows of the commission house to see the flayers come in?
Oh, see the...
I'd be interested to see, presumably are they coming in the Eden route, as it were?
Yeah, they would be.
Yeah, I think we maybe try and have a look at them from the upper windows just to see.
So yeah, you could
take they might be important.
Sure, you take a room on the western side, or you could kind of. I picture there's probably a western, like a porch outside as well too, if you want to kind of sit in the.
Yeah, I think maybe at the porch, or sort of look out from the gate. I suppose actually looking at it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll just look out from the gate, and maybe with a glass of wine.
Okay. So you take yourself outside there, yeah, and I think you've more than enough shade with the overhang to keep yourself hidden from seeing you whenever they do arrive. Olpiano, what are you doing for the evening? Dana will keep you company. She will leave you on your own if you want, whatever you kind of decide.
I think I would sit with her and just gossip about what's going on here at Lucator. A bit of history about herself, like how she got involved with the church and ended up in this role, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, so it turns out she's an orphan from the Balkans, from the Adriatic Wars. Family was massacred by Jahamadans.
Terrible.
She says, she kind of shrugs and says, like, such as war, which is consistent with sort of the Balkan blasé attitude to loss. The Balkans are very hard people. At least that's the stereotype. So then, you chit chat with her. I'm just going to see if there's anything else you might. Why don't you give me I think charisma plus, not expression. Because you're not trying to finagle stuff out of her, right? You're just trying to have a chat. Yeah. So give me a charisma and expression roll, please. I don't think you're trying to seduce her either.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you just nothing else, nothing of interest. She repeats maybe a little bit of the gossip that you heard on the route down here, but otherwise, nothing. Not a huge amount of other new stuff learned about Lucator. While you're waiting, Interface, it is several hours that you're kind of waiting out there. Probably maybe 2.5, we'll say. When finally you see a small band of flayers coming down, or of travelers coming. They're dressed in robes, and that seems to be it. Simple robes. They're carrying very meager belongings, and as they're making their way through the along the Eden route, you can see they're sort of every now and then whacking themselves over the shoulder with scourges. They are no doubt drenched. They're no doubt freezing. They're dressed in very meager robes or meager clothing. And the leader seems to have an exposed chest it's tough to tell in the light, but you can make out some pretty horrific scarring on this individual's chest. And perhaps the most, you've got your cloak pulled against you. This is late March, as you say, in Alpine Pergara, and these guys are walking in bare feet. You've got your cloak pulled around you to keep yourself warm. They make no sign that they see you whatsoever, and make their way towards the city gates. They are admitted to the city gates, and then as the doors kind of close, you lose sight of them.
So roughly how many of them were there?
There was about 6 or 7.
Okay.
Which is not
After
unusual.
they've gone in, I'm going to go back inside and warm up by the fire until it's time to sleep.
Sure. All right. So then, you guys hit the sack, and let me see here. Let's use. So if you had spent any ego, you would now recover a point of ego. Oh, and guys, if you feel that because it's a first time I'm running the game, if I forget or don't note that you have played up your concept, remind me.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because then you get an extra point of ego back. So why don't we do this? Would you give me... Neither of you guys have any points in Primal, right? I didn't send both of you have points in Focus instead.
No, I don't have Primal.
Okay. So one of the neat things this game does is there's 2 different sort of like binary choices you make when you're making your character. Your character can either be inclined towards Focus or inclined towards Primal. So is your character more of a intentional cerebral type, or is your character more of an instinctive kind of character? And that's not... Each of the cults has different characters who follow different routes. In addition, you have a difference between faith and willpower. You cannot have both points in faith and willpower. You cannot have points in both Primal and Focus. So the reason I asked, would you guys each give me an... I think it's just... whatever... Roll a skill for instinct that you have no points in. Please.
Oh, like...
Yeah, just... Because it's going to... I would make you roll Primal. You're going to have...
But you can't roll it, yeah.
Yeah. You can't roll that because it won't be displayed. But you've got... I think you guys have had dreams. Whoa! Oh, piano. Holy smokes. Nice. And a trigger on it as well. And Mo, have you found something under Instinct that has no points in it? Yes? No?
Actually, no. I'll use Empathy, which I think is better.
Well, I'm not... It should be something that has no points in it, so...
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, perfect. All right, so...
the others were survival and other stuff, which I think Empathy might be better for dreams.
Sure. Well, all I'm really interested in just the roll. I'm making you roll a Primal, just we can't roll Primal on that because both of you guys have points in Focus. You can't have both of them. But anyway, so Old Piano, maybe it's the strange bed, maybe it's the, full belly eating too soon before bed, but you do have dreams. And I think with one trigger, your dreams are of back being in Vivico. And Spitalian hospitals are much closer to kind of a cross between a military hospital and a research lab, more so than the kind of hospital that we know of. They are... Yeah, you can see the people dressed in the white Spitalian uniforms, going up and down. You see some dressed in smocks. But you're finding yourself in a place that you probably did not spend a lot of time in because there's not a lot of call for this unless it is in the Spitalians themselves. That's the maternity ward. And while the room is full and there's people moving back and forth in here, walking past you, you don't really recognize many of the faces that are in here. There seems to be quite a bit of hubbub going on, but strangely you can hear nothing. apart from the sound of a crying child somewhere. So everyone's racing around, but there's no sound coming from them. There's an eerie, oppressive silence, and you can hear this crying. What do you do?
Well, I think instinctually I would head towards the crying to
Okay.
and see what's going on.
So as you're walking towards the crying, you have an opportunity to realize sort of what you're wearing. Do you think you are wearing your Spitalian uniform or your suit? Do you think you're wearing just scrubs? Do you think you're wearing something different, like a laboratory assistant's outfit? Or you could be naked, for that matter.
Yeah, I think he's wearing like his full-blown outfit, including like all the protective gear
Yeah.
and whatnot.
And you're walking along with the splayer in one hand, and with your fungicide rifle. And the people who are kind of milling about around the hospital, they seem to be unaware of you. They're bumping into you and whatnot. None of them are armed. None of them are armored. But you're still able to make your way through. And you walk down this sort of the hallway, stark, white, sterile, and you make your way into the room and it's set up like, every sort of maternity ward that you would have seen, though you know that most people don't have the money or the access to this. It's the Spitalian resources are generally spent elsewhere, and midwives sort of cover what is necessary for when children are need to be born.
Yeah.
But the crying is coming from the far side. There is several bassinets that are set up here. They're medical grade with that kind of bluish white fabric in there, and every one of them is empty. But you can see just the shadow of one through the very slightly translucent fabric. There's one crying on the far side of the room.
I'll head over and check it out.
So you head over, and as you're going along, tink, you hear the tip of your splayer, tink, is going against the tile surface, tink, leaving little cracks as you go along, tink. And you get there. One hand is carrying the splayer up, one hand is carrying the fungicide rifle. You get close to this, and then you hear, as you're getting close enough to almost see it, you think you can see maybe its little hands moving just under the surface of it. You hear your name called, Ulpiano. And you turn at the door is Carmino Ferro. And you look at him, and then you hear a thump, 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 thump from behind you. You turn, but before you can, you hear the sound of a horn. You're awake, and you're in this strange bed. The sound. Now, were you sleeping on the west side, like what Interface was, to get a view of the Ascetic farmlands, or were you on the east to get a view of Lucator itself?
I probably would be on the city side.
Okay. It's coming outside your window from the region where that's facing towards Lucator.
I'll just slip on something like whatever his lowest level of clothing would be.
Sure. Yeah, so you throw some stuff on.
And I'll try to go find Dana.
I think there's probably a balcony, so you can step out onto the balcony directly from your room if you choose to.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll quickly take a look first.
Okay, so you open the things. Interface, you've been woken by this as well, and you're looking around. So, Ulpiano, would you give me? See if you. I mean, you're a little scattered by this. Give me an Intellect Legends check, please. I'll give you +1 just because you're from this region as well. Oh my gosh. And 2 triggers. Holy hell. You don't need to know what this is, or you don't need to spend time thinking about this. This is the horn of sorrow. Someone has died. And you look out and you just sort of feel it in your gut. And you can hear cries coming out from the city. At first it's hard to make out what they're saying, but then one clear woman's voice cries out, "The Baptist is dead! The Baptist is dead!" And the horn goes again. Interface, you've had a chance to get up. What are you doing? You're in a room across the hall from where Il Piano is. And you can hear this. Why don't you give me an intelligence and legends check, please?
Okay, so I've got...
Let's see whether you know what this is.
Legends 2, so that. And can I use the interface at this point?
You mean one of your potentials?
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, like if you get a success, you'll get an extra trigger from it. You don't get a success from it, it's only a trigger. So it means your quality of success is always going to be better on those rolls. So yeah.
So I don't add anything to the roll.
You don't add anything? No. There's the ways that you modify the results of rolls is either you can add a dice from some things, you can add a trigger on some things, and what's the other one you can do? I don't remember. So let's go ahead and roll and see how that comes out. Ooh, nice.
Sorry, the first one didn't seem to go properly. Okay.
So 2 triggers actually because of your ability. And I think that's good enough. So I think you don't necessarily know that it's the Baptist, but you know that it's a sign that someone has died, and it's got to be someone important if the horn is going like this. This is not a regular thing in this region. So what do you do, interface? Il Piano, you're sort of on the balcony, and you can look over and see in the exchange, people are starting to come out and sort of, there's that shocked, what's happened, kind of thing that's going on. More and more people are starting to go out, and you can hear more and more cries from inside the city. What do you do, interface?
I'm not totally sure. I'm going to spend a few minutes just looking out from the balcony. Does it appear there appears to be
so hold on, are you joining?
Any disturbances going on? Yeah,
you're on the west side. So yeah, so there is a way to access the balcony that's not from the room. So Il Piano, you're sort of standing there in shock when you hear the door open and you see interface walk out as well. And both of you sort of, you meet eyes for a moment. And Il Piano, do you say anything?
Yeah, what's the Baptist is dead?
Yeah. Altair, the Baptist, is dead.
So would we know who he is? Is he like the leader of the cloister?
Altair, remember I was talking about the warrior priest? The one who is a hero, the one who's married to Neva, the one whose brother is the governor? That's Altair. Altair is... Do either of you guys have networking?
I have a network.
Yeah, I think we both do.
You both do. Just both of you give me just a roll your dice in networking, please. However many dice worth you've got there.
Oh, so roll 2d6?
Yes, please.
In my case, yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh.
6 and a...
Lucky.
Okay. So, Il Piano, and this premium is a function of, because you're from this region, like, you've heard of Altair. Altair is a fucking legend in the Anabaptist. Neva definitely is as well, too, but she certainly is caught up in his shadow. Altair is... not only for his martial prowess, but also like with how much he has grown Lucator. This is going to be a massive, not only a massive blow to Lucator in the region, but like this is to the Anabaptist movement in general. This is if he's dead, huge.
Right, like this is a big deal. This is
yeah.
A tides of war changing kind of death.
Well, I'm going to say to Alpino, do you think the flayers coming to town might have something to do with this? Seems a bit convenient. So the the town gate. So we're outside them, inside them.
You're outside. The commission house is outside of this. I think you hear from inside, or actually no, you guys can see from the balcony. Dana has, is sort of coming back, and her eyes are completely red. Her face is wet with tears, and she doesn't notice you two on the balcony. She's walking back. She seems to have been talking to. She's coming from the exchange, or the direction of the exchange.
Okay, I think I'm going to go down and talk to her and see if she knows more about what's happening.
Sure. So you walk inside, and you go to head down. Opiano, do you stay on the balcony, or do you head inside as well?
I think I'll head inside. I was gonna go look for her, so
Okay.
if she's here, then.
So you guys come in, and as you walk down the stairs, interface, you can see she's standing in the kitchen. She's got like the bread knife in one hand. She's got the bread in the other, but she's just standing motionless and softly sobbing. So she doesn't really notice whatever her focus is. It's not on you. She doesn't realize that you've come down the stairs.
Okay, I'm going to go up to her and try and calm her and comfort her in some way. Just tell us what's happened, Dana. Obviously, something bad's happened, and I'll sort of.
So she's
I've got the mask off, so I'm looking more human at this point.
Sure. So you kind of like jerk. She is jerked out of it, and she looks at you, and again, like her eyes are completely filled with tears, and she says, "He's the Baptist. The Baptist. He was murdered, killed." And she falls into your arms, weeping and shaking. So Upiana,
Okay, well, I'll give her a hug. And I'll try and sit her down, maybe get a glass of brandy or something stronger, and just say, well, tell us what happened, Dana.
yeah, wine is probably the best you've got to offer, but
All right, well,
Yeah.
a glass of wine. Just
sure.
try and take the knife out of hand, just calm her down, and try and be sympathetic.
Okay. Yeah, so you're able to sit her down, and she says they've just said that the water towers murdered.
How do they know he was murdered?
His throat was slit.
Oh my goodness.
Killed. Assassins. A warrior like that. A great man. And you can see the wine glass is almost about to fall out of her hand. She's clearly so distraught with the events. So you guys know where the water towers are, of course, because that's you saw them on the approach. What are you guys doing?
Well, I think we need to calm her down a bit and then maybe go and investigate.
Yeah.
But I don't want to leave her in a totally distraught state. Maybe if we say, well, we'll go and see what's happening. This sounds like it needs investigating.
She seems to maybe not even hear what you're saying, but absolutely kind of nods her head, and the wine still is untouched in her hand, and it doesn't actually fall, but it does seem like it's on the precipice of doing that.
I'll hold her hand so she doesn't drop the glass. And
Sure. Okay. So, are you guys suiting up before you head over, or?
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think what I'd use to try and calm her down so she doesn't do anything silly. Charisma.
Do you have empathy? I think.
Empathy, perception. Yeah, maybe if I try and
instinct
see
and
what's...
No, instinct and empathy. Perception is seeing physical things. Empathy is
Oh,
the
no,
way
I've got
of...
2 instinct.
So just click on, if you don't have the skill, just click on the skill, and it'll roll anyway. It'll just roll your instinct.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Like that. Did I add to need the 2 because I've got instinct, or
It already rolls it. No,
All right, yeah.
It'll roll it. Yeah, it'll automatically take the calculation. So you do get 1 success. I think that you haven't made things worse, but you haven't necessarily made things better. This is probably a bit of unknown country for interface, of trying to console,
yeah,
right?
Need
So
a bit more,
yeah, but
a bit more cold and calculating, Vulcan style than
Yeah.
and empathetic.
What is, and like imagine like a a kind of computer nerd shut-in trying to suddenly be empathetic, right? Like not to play to stereotypes, but that's sort of what the chronicler's life would have been up till here, right? So you guys get a chance to get it probably takes you an equal amount of time to get this battalion suit on, chronicler suit on. That's on. You've got your vocoder. I'm assuming that you're going to leave the fungicide rifle, but you bring your splayer with you.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It looks more like a staff and a tool than a weapon as compared to the rifle.
Well, and the carrying around the splayer with the mollusk in it is sort of good, good practice anyway.
Right. Well, and it's more like part of my role, whereas the rifle is like a clear weapon.
Absolutely. Yep, I totally agree.
To be carried, so, yeah.
Okay, so you guys make your way into town, and you can hear like the town is just beside itself with grief. There are people in the street hugging each other, weeping, and as you get closer to the water tower, even though it's still early in the day, the crowds are starting to form, and you guys are having to sort of push your way through them. As you guys get closer, like women fall to their knees and cry in desperation while men stare into empty space uncomprehendingly. When you reach the region there, or the water tower, you can see there's a gate leading into the water tower through the arcade wall. The body has been covered by a sheet already, but the sheet is soaked with the red blood, so it provides this very stark, like red on white contrast to it. The crowd is particularly close here, but there are a small detachment of orgiastics who stand there, the big armed Anabaptists. So this is, again, we're standing and keeping the crowd back from getting into the water tower. The towers themselves, they loom over this, casting deep shadows, and he seems to be in the only open space there. You can see his horse, and you guess it's his horse because it's quite a magnificent looking animal with an impressive saddle. It's sort of tied up to the side or being held by the Anabaptist equivalent of a serf. And there is a tall, bald man, big, with Anabaptist markings as well, who sits on a horse, a big black horse with white markings. That seems to be the one in charge here, because he's barking commands at the orgiastics to get them to keep back. You can see that there are ascetics wearing cloaks, not carrying weapons, with the markings of the Anabaptists on them, who seem to be preparing a litter to bring the corpse.
I'll look to Arpania and say, "Well, shall we introduce ourselves to what appears to be the leader and inspect the body?" I think.
I don't think they're gonna let us inspect the body.
Maybe
the members of the guard here are telling people, "Go home! Go home! Nothing to be seen! Nothing to do! Go!"
I'm going to try and talk to some of the people in the crowd. I'll take the mask off to be less aggressive and say, "Did you see what happened? This is terrible. We've just spoken to Dana, who's his sister. We knew she is related to him."
Sure. Give me a charisma and expression check, please. I just want to see how this goes over. I'm going to apply modifiers as well, too, but
okay.
Just in terms of the difficulty number. Okay. So you do that, and the man that you speak to sort of looks at you, and he's dressed like a tradesman, and he looks kind of perturbed at doing this, and then you hear the voice of an old woman from behind who screams at you in her face. "Killer! Killer! Murderer!" And when you look over, you meet her eyes, and she's staring. It's a woman in her 70s, hunched over, babushka, kind of on the head. "Murderer! killers! And you can then, like, one or two other people sort of join in on this.
So did you
Killers!
see the killer? I'll ask her, or because I'm probably not realizing she's calling me a killer.
What do you say? Sorry?
So I'll ask her, did you see the killer?
You're the killer! Murderers! Chroniclers!
We've just come from Dana at the...
The crowd seems to be turning in her favor. When you start sort of, like, disputing with her, no, get out of here, killer! Get out of here, murderer!
have the guards gone with the body now?
No, they're still... This is all happening in the span of seconds.
Okay. I'm going to try and collect a Parnio with my eyes and say discretion is the better part of valor, and maybe move off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, would both of you guys give me a perception check, please? So let's see who does better.
Perception.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yuck.
Perception is under instinct as well, too. Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. So, when do you put your mask back on interface?
When we start moving.
Okay, so you start moving, and like people are jostling you as you're going too. So it takes a little bit to put your mask back on. You guys manage to make your way through. What is your body, Opiano? Is it a 3 or a 4?
A 3.
A 3. Okay, so you're pretty big. You're not, you're definitely bigger than interface. I think is much more slender. What is your total force?
Force?
Is it under body as well?
Yeah, it's a 2.
A 2. Okay, so your total is 5. So what that tells me is that you've got force is the sort of the skill that is used to replicate like strength or expression of strength. So you're easily able to sort of jostle people aside. They're not knocking you down whatsoever, and you clear enough of a way for interface. But interface, what you notice, and it's just like kind of a feeling on the back of your neck. You sort of look back and you can see that there is a small child with probably about maybe 6 years old or 7 years old that's making its way through the crowd, and it's got these crystal blue eyes, and this child is just fixed on you, staring at you, expressionless. And you sort of like you can't keep your eye on it because there's people, killers, get them, murderers, strangers. Opiano finally manages to get him out of the crowd, and you guys start making. Are you going back to the commission house, or are you going elsewhere?
Yeah.
I think back to the
think
commission
so.
house.
Yeah, because we don't really want to move around in the city right now. They seem to be outsiders are definitely not welcome at this very moment.
Yeah.
And at least there we're got the protection of Donna a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think back to we could go to the arms house to see if the flagellants have been involved, because I have my suspicions. But I think the commission house, I think, is safer, and maybe come back in the morning with maybe Dana's help.
Okay. So let's just hold on. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. So you finish pushing your way through the crowd, Opiano, and you get interface out. Interface, you finally get the last person who's sort of grabbing at your robes. You guys start making your way west or through the streets to get back to sort of the main road to head back to Commission House. Oh, actually, do you do that, or do you try and take back alleys? Take it back to Commission House.
Which looks less crowded, because we don't want to end up...
Probably the back
mob.
alleys.
Yeah, I think back alleys makes more sense.
Okay. So you're doing that. You're making your way towards the alleys, the alleyway, and interface again. Like you can feel this kid's glare on you, and he's following along, and just keeps staring at you. And it's, well, I guess, like, what do you do? Do you try and hurry up to lose this kid? Do you just ignore him? What do you do? The kid's probably, you can picture him about half block away from you. Well, interface is the one who notices this.
Oh, right.
Opiano, you're more focused on just trying to like push your way through. So Mo, what?
Right,
sorry. I'll maybe go round a corner into a quieter side street and
Yep.
see if the kid follows us, and maybe we'll wait at the. We'll turn the corner and then we'll wait at the corner and
Sure.
see if he follows.
Give me
and then maybe
a
talk to
yeah.
him.
Give me a stealth roll. I'll give you +2 modifier to that. I know, Piano, I'm picturing you're sort of walking straight ahead, trying to, make sure the way is clear and not get... You realize as soon as you get into these cramped back alleys that, like, Jesus, like, you could get boxed in here pretty easily if someone was so inclined to do that. Okay, so I think for what happens is you get behind there, and maybe just because of absent-mindedness, you haven't turned the vocoder off. So it's not that it's making a huge amount of noise, but, like, your breathing is kind of coming out in that Darth Vader-y kind of way. So the kid is able to walk around, and it stands about maybe like 6 to 10 feet away from you, stops, and is just staring at you. Again, like I'm making an angry face, but the kid has no expression on it, just staring at you with those eerie blue eyes. And you're staring down at him, and I mean, you got 3 or 4 feet on this kid. Piano, it's at this point that... Just one second, Mo. You realize that Interface is not following you anymore. You look back, and Interface is looking down. He's leaning on his vocoder at this little kid. What were you saying, Mo? Go ahead.
I'll ask the child, why are you following us? And I'll go to take the mask off at this point as well.
Okay. So you're reaching for the mask, and you then suddenly see a man come running over. And he says, Hendrik! And he grabs the kid and lifts him up. Clearly he's the boy's father, just from the look of this. The kid's eyes don't leave you. And the father just looks at, spares a look at you with definitely laden, while the kid's expression had nothing in it, the father's look is heavy with accusation. And he turns, and without saying anything to you, walks off to rejoin the throng outside of the thing. You see that man on the horse who comes running forward. Back up! Back up! And he looks... he's now at a pretty big distance, but this is what the guy looks like. Where is he here? There you go, guys. And he is a big man.
That's the Anabaptist 3 dots, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah, this guy definitely is it. From the way he's commanding the Orgiastics, though, you would guess he's part of the town watch. Well, curiously, the sigil, or whatever, for House Benesato seems to be very, very small in comparison to the broken cross that he wears around his neck. He doesn't really pay attention to you guys. He seems to be more focused on the crowd and trying to get the Orgiastics to push them back. And you can see the last thing you see sort of interface is that the ascetics have moved the Baptist's body onto a litter. They've lifted it up and they begin moving it. What do you do? Piano, you can see that kid is gone now. Interface is just standing at the back. More people are kind of going by. And there's 1 or 2 people who are stopping and looking at... Interface is definitely drawing attention.
Is there any kind of a... Like, can I roll something to see if I think that they're accusing Interface specifically just because we're outsiders, or because maybe the Chroniclers... They believe the Chroniclers have something to do with this.
Sure. Why don't you give me a... let me just quickly see what how they describe this skill in this. My think is instinct and empathy is one thing. Oh, actually, you know what I'll do here? This is... so there's an interesting kind of roll you can do. It's called a combination roll. And what it is when you've got 2 different things that apply, you make 2 different rolls for it. The first roll, you get to, if you succeed on it, you count the triggers that you have. Those become bonus dice on the second roll. And then you make the second roll for the actual success of it. So I think what we'll do is, why don't you give me... You give me strictly a... Oh, there's a couple ways of doing this. Faith could be a way of trying to figure it out. I think empathy might be another way. But first, let's give me a intellect and legends roll. Difficulty be 2 on this.
Okay.
Nice. No trigger. Oh, no triggers though.
Yeah, no
So you got nothing going forward to the next roll. I think you can either roll psyche, faith, and I don't think you've got any dots in faith, right?
No, I don't have faith.
In Wilp. Okay, so or empathy, instinct, and empathy. Now, if your psyche is better than your instinct, you can just roll just your bare psyche. Just pick a skill that you got no dots in, and that'll sub in for your faith.
Okay. Well, my empathy would be my best.
Best one. Okay. So, you know what? I mean, this community has suddenly and violently lost its, religious leader.
Right.
And I think that, you've, in the course of your education, you've seen injured animals, injured people, wounded things tend to lash out. So if they're trying to make sense of this horrific event, it may not be unusual for them to just lash out at whatever seems like a viable target. It's...
Right.
Yeah. It's
And
potentially...
that was what I was trying to figure out. Like,
Yeah.
if there's anything behind it, or if it's just that, exactly that.
Yeah, it's potentially terrifying because, I mean,
It's dangerous.
yeah, like, you've seen or at least have heard of riots, I think, in some of the larger cities. And a place like this where it's all one faith, right, or all one thing, boy, it really wouldn't take much to get this community riled up. Particularly if things are as uncertain as what you've heard about in northern Pergar, as far as the Pergar northern clans are concerned. Does that answer your question? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So what does Ulpiano do then?
He says to interface, we've got to get out of this crowd as quickly as we can.
Yeah,
They
interface
could,
nods.
they could turn on us.
They are, I think. But yeah, we'll try and quickly move to the commission house, I think,
Sure.
trying to avoid large groups.
Okay. So you guys, why don't you give us let's see here. Give me someone pick to be the person who's going to make the stealth roll for the group, and then the other person can make an assist roll. I'm going to set the difficulty at 2. The person who's assisting is going to roll against a difficulty of 3. And if you succeed, any triggers you roll will be added to the other. Remember, you can spend ego on this up to 3 points if you want to. Ego will only recharge at 1 point per day, or when you play up your concept, you'll also get an extra point.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I don't have stealth, so I think...
No, and neither do I. So we are really not stealthy.
Okay. Do you have... Is your... I think stealth is an agility skill, right?
Yeah, I have 2 agility.
Okay.
Oh, my agility is 3, so maybe if I lead then?
Well, actually,
Yeah, sure.
maybe you might want to assist, because if...
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, because Ulpiano can't possibly... Unless you spend ego, he can't roll enough successes in order to get... So what do you guys want to do?
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay, I'm going to spend a point of ego to see how that works.
Okay, so reduce your ego by 1, and then you can roll 4 at your modifier. Roll your agility, roll your stealth, and then add 1 as a modifier for the ego that was spent. And let's see how you do here. Oh, and the green bar is your ego, the blue bar are flesh wounds, and the red bar is trauma. So you can just use your token to track that if you like. All right.
Yeah,
I used 2 ego.
Oh, did you? Okay. So unfortunately, interface gets no trig, doesn't even get a success, so you're not contributing to it. But yeah, you got a success and 1 trigger. So I think that not only do you get yourself back, but no one else sees you really in town. They're so distracted by grief or like running off to different places. You're able to make your way back without being seen by anybody else, and you don't leave the impression on anyone that you're like skulking around or trying to sneak anywhere.
I think that maybe after the way that Old Piano expressed it to Interface, he put a little bit of fear in him that, you know, this mob could turn on us and we would have no chance.
Yeah.
And so he was a little distracted of...
Sure. Yeah, and maybe Interface is just thinking too logically of like, we can go around here and then we can do this and we can wait for the thing to go over here and we can... Yeah, and you're like, we do not have time for this. Come. And
It's like, oh.
Yeah. Okay. So we see you guys. You make your way surreptitiously out of the city gates. You cross that big opening near the exchange, and even and then you guys make your way into Commission House. And as you go in, you can see that if Dana got up from where you last left her, she seems to have gone back to precisely where she was before, because she's still sitting there. She has put the glass of wine down. It looks like she's maybe drank a little bit of it, but she's just weeping in the chair, and she kind of is startled as you guys come in. What happens next?
I'm going to get a glass of wine for myself, and...
Okay, your mask comes off, you pull it off. What do you look like underneath your mask, Interface, by the way?
Well, she said I was young, so presumably I'm a 27, 28-year-old.
Okay.
Human.
Black, white, Asian. What are you thinking?
Well, so I'm from around here, presumably.
Well, the thing is, in 500 years, like not only was the pre-Eschaton area, Europe's pretty multicultural. You also can, like, people have moved from all over and whatever, so you can feel free to play. This is the fun thing with having the setting 5 centuries afterwards, is it can be a totally different world.
Okay. Well, I'd imagine he's a sort of mid-20s and up Asian guy.
Okay. Long hair, short hair?
Probably long hair in sort of a high pony.
Okay.
Probably a bit chubby, so he doesn't really look quite the aesthetic.
Okay.
So the mask makes him look more scary. So
yeah.
I'd imagine he's a bit like Harry Kim.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Love it. Good reference.
Sort
yeah.
of longish hair, sort of kept back in a ponytail or a coup.
Okay. So you've got that off, and you're drinking your wine. Old Piano, what about you?
Oh, can we lock the door?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I think we'll bar the door just in case.
I think Old Piano is now like a little bit nervously pacing and like thinking to himself like, you know, where is Karina? She is supposed to be protecting me, and you know, like as much as he like kind of doesn't like that role, it's like now that she's not here and like real danger is close, or like, you know, what happened to Judge? Like, you know,
yeah,
if either of them were here, like I would feel so much safer, you know.
Okay.
So I think he's like very nervous and very feeling vulnerable, basically.
Yeah, I mean, understandably. So you guys are pacing. You're going to have kind of the up until the early afternoon to do whatever you like. So what do you think happens during that time?
Well, so this was the middle of the night, so we came back presumably about.
No, this was the morning.
This was in the.
Oh, sorry,
this
morning.
Yeah, that's why everyone was up and about.
I think maybe keep an eye out from the balcony, see if the crowd or the mob appears to be calming down.
Are you wearing your mask, or are you going maskless?
I'll try and stay in the shadows.
Okay.
So that I can look out and not be seen.
But
I probably will be wearing the mask, but I'll be sort of standing back.
Okay.
Because I'd imagine the guard would probably be coming around and issuing proclamations or putting up wanted posters, because presumably someone's going to have to take over and be in charge and try and calm everything.
Yeah.
So I'm really seeing what's happening.
Okay.
Because I'm presuming I can look out on the market, and that will be quite busy.
Well, you can look out on the exchange. Remember, the market is actually like
Sorry.
right in front of House Benesato.
Sorry, yeah, 3 effectively.
Yeah.
Well, no, not 3. It's a 2. Yeah. So basically, it's the.
Yeah, 2 is the exchange. That's the one that's the sort of like the street market. They're small vendors, travelers who can't get a stall in the proper market square. Foreigners, it's definitely raucous out there. There's yeah. What? Let's see here, Ulpiano. What are you doing for that during that time? Interface is up and kind of keeping an eye out. What you will be able to see interface from where you position yourself. If anyone comes up from the town or from the market to the commission house, you will see them coming.
Yeah.
Right. I think that.
Yeah, I would imagine someone would be coming to tell Dana about her brother.
About.
So Dana's the brother of the Baptist. So the sister of the Baptist.
No. Ennio Benesato, the governor, Lucator. He's the brother.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Dana's she's a Balkan orphan who serves House Benesato.
Sorry. Yeah. I got confused.
That's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll just keep an eye out.
Okay.
For probably 2 or 3 hours.
Sure. Ulpiano, what about you? What are you doing? Hold on. Well, let's see what Ulpiano's doing here.
I think like a lot of logical people, he's trying to sort of work through, so he's talking to Dana about Dana about so who takes charge now, and when will the funeral be? Like a lot of these kind of conversations to bring logic and stability.
Yeah. Okay. So, give me a intellect and medicine check, please. I think. Hold on. You might have some bonuses from your rank. Let me just double check. One thing that the sheet does not have is a place for certain cults. As you hit certain ranks, you get certain bonuses, and there's not really an easy place to put that on the character sheet. Let's see here. Oh gosh, where are you? There we are. Okay. Okay, no. There's a thing you get called the manual, which is an illustrated book on medicine basics, but it's only when your medicine score is 2 or less. I think your medicine is at least a 3, right?
Yeah, my medicine is a 3.
3, okay. So yeah, give me intellect and nice. Okay. So what you know is obviously an autopsy is going to be in order here, knowing that the Baptist had such a close, apparently a close connection with Carmino. Likely word is going to go to Vivico, and then he'll be called out to perform the autopsy. So that kind of makes sense. You've seen the cold stores across there. They're probably, going to transport the body to hold it in there until, Vivico gets a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
But what Donna can tell you, actually, give me a roll for her. Would you, I think her intellect is probably a 2, because she's not a dummy, but she's not a genius. And I'll give her a Legends of 1. Give me a 4d6 roll, please. See how much she knows about the burial rites of the Benesato. Oh, a success and a trigger. Okay. So what she knows is that you see where the cemetery is, right next to your token there.
Yeah.
So right near there is a cemetery for the House Benesato and for heroes of the Anabaptists. The typical way that the Benesato have for centuries buried their people is the what do you call it? The grave is dug. It's filled with grain. The horse of the leader is placed in there. The body is placed in there. It goes down, and then there is a stone stela that is placed in front with markings on it. So there is a very specific. If you were to go and walk around the cemetery, you could find centuries worth of Benesato leaders, also Anabaptist leaders by virtue of their long time association with it. You'd find them all over there. So it's going to be a phenomenal, a appropriate send off for such a glorious man.
Right.
You also imagine the murder of such a high-ranking. Oh yeah, here. Actually, this will say on you guys. So interface, would you give me a intellect legends check, and you can add as a bonus your network. This is going to be a bit of a difficult score, so you do need to get some good successes in here. I think I'll set it at a 4. And you can add your network, or networking as a bonus.
Okay, so which skill are we adding this to?
Legends, please.
Oh, legends. So
Yeah.
+2.
Let's see how you do. 4. So while you're up here and you're looking down, once again, you can see, you can hear cries out of prayers, and different invocations that are typical for the Anabaptists in kind of a corrupted Latin. They're crying out in the streets, and you can see people wandering around in the exchange as well too, crying about this. And just like, once again, it reinforces just how many Anabaptists are here. And it dawns on you, like, because of this place's importance to Cathedral City and because of his prominence as a Baptist, there's got to be an investigation that's coming. The Cathedral City will want to send someone down here to investigate this. How could they not? So that means that, I guess I'll leave it to you to think, like, how do you think that's going to tie in with your investigation? I know that seems like, forever ago now, but that's where your mind goes, interface. Is like, okay, there's going to be an investigation of this for sure. Someone this powerful doesn't get murdered without the higher-ups in the Anabaptists coming down. Put yourself in the place, if this was a chronicler, there's no way that an important chronicler would be murdered. And it wouldn't lead the organization or the cult to investigating it further.
Right.
So, so that's what you guys talk about for the afternoon. I think that interface, you've grabbed, maybe grab some food afterwards, and for you grabbed lunch with Donna. Donna just doesn't really know what else to do, so she sort of prepares a mid-time repast for you guys, and you're in the course of eating that when you hear an angry bam, 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 bam at the door. Open up! Open up! Now!
Do I recognize the voice?
You do not, no. Though it has a Pergaran accent to it. Donna kind of jumps up from her seat as if she was hit, runs to the door, unlocks it, and pulls it open, and says, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And the person who walks in is someone that you saw from before.
The man on the horse.
The man on the horse. He stalks in, flanked by 2 massive, what do you call them? Orgiastics, who stalks in, and he looks, as soon as he walks in and kind of like sees you guys at the table, he walks towards you with an intensity that suggests that it may end with a physical blow. But before it comes to that, he stops and says, "Why are you here? Why are you here? Chronicler, Spitalian, tell me." And to sort of add emphasis to his question, the 2 Orgiastics kind of walk up behind him and are glowering at you guys. This guy stands for sure. Like, he's up easily as tall as what Karina is.
We're on a mission.
What mission?
We were sent to try and stop the smuggling of Burn.
What? He looks at you as, like, perplexed. Where were you at
So
dawn?
why? We were here in the house.
And his head snaps to the side to look at Donna, and she kind of, you know, like flinches as if he had physically hit her, and she says, "They're right. They were here. They speak the truth. They were both here, asleep." And he snaps back and looks at you, Chronicler. Is this true? Were you sleeping, or were you out?
No, we were sleeping, and we were awakened by the ruckus of the crowd, and went out to see what was happening.
Or the clanging of the
The bells as well, yeah.
Yeah.
What are your names?
Interface.
And I'm Piano.
He looks at both of you, looks to the orgiastic standing behind him and kind of, you know, gestures. The other guy nods. He says, very well.
Kev, was it Hermino who actually sent us here?
It was, you were traveling with Judge Eckhart. You were, it was, yeah, Carmino, he's the one who seconded you to the judges in the first place.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. The judges had been reporting some kind of something to do with smuggling in Porgar, so they sent you and Karina up to join them.
I'm just trying to decide if it's worth mentioning his name because he has such a good relationship with the Baptist, right?
Definitely, yeah. What do you think? Do you say anything?
No, I won't yet.
Okay.
If they're not, he doesn't seem to be turned as if we are. He hasn't turned against us yet, basically.
Okay. So the man who was on the horse before, he turns and as he's walking out, he says to Donna, "See that they don't leave." He walks out the door. The two orgiastics walk out as well too, and they leave the door open. Donna kind of, you know, is shaking and then goes over and kind of slowly closes the door and doesn't lock it this time, and kind of makes her way back. Would each of you guys give me a instinct and empathy roll, please? Okay. So, Ulpiano, there's... How many triggers did you get? One or two? One trigger, okay.
Just one. Okay.
There's something odd about the way he questioned you. Like, bursts in, barks out some questions, doesn't really grill any deeper, and then leaves.
Yeah.
So, with him gone, you can tell Donna is really shaken up by this man having come in here, too. You know, it's clearly she's been distraught for most of the day anyway, but something about this guy coming in.
What do you know about the man that was here questioning us?
She looks and kind of looks surprised. She says, "That's Luciano Bastardo. He's the adopted son of the Baptist and the head of the town watch. Second, the right hand. Would that Neva was not the Baptist's right hand, Luciano would be him. He loved the man and is loyal to the Anabaptists, a devout and furious man." So let me change this here for you. So again, he is the adopted son of the Baptist.
Right.
So, having him, he storms off. What happens for the rest of the afternoon, guys? What are you guys thinking you're going to do today?
Well, I was going to go out and talk to some of the people, but we didn't. Because really, we want to try and get involved in the investigation. So
Okay.
maybe we leave it and try and talk to him tomorrow and suggest we might be able to help when he's
Okay.
calmed down a bit.
Sure. So,
I don't
do
know
you...
what Alpanio thinks. Alpanio.
So, Opiano, what...
Well, I mean, again, like, I think my plans are kind of thrown out because it's a little... It's going to be hard to get information from people trying to help them when, you know, they've gone into this situation, so...
Did we have any warrant when we were sent up here by the judges?
The judges do not have jurisdiction here.
Oh, right. So,
yeah, there's a...
It's not like we can say we were sent by and hold up a...
No, it was... yeah, the local... the law effectively here would be the Anabaptists and the... Well, again, the Anabaptists and House Benesato are sort of commingled. So while Ennio Benesato, the governor, is on paper the temporal, head of the government here, from what you guys had heard, Neva, the emissary, the Baptist wife, she's the one who really runs things, and Luciano seems to answer to her, not to the governor.
I think what Opiano's thinking is that he didn't really care much about the smuggler of Bern mission they were on. It wasn't like wasn't a personal mission. It wasn't anything that he was too concerned about. But he feels like as sort of an envoy for Carmino, and with Altair being a friend of Carmino's, that looking into this murder is much more prevalent to him than finding the smuggler, really.
Okay.
So he's almost feeling like a mission, a change of mission seems more appropriate here.
Sure. From from the asking around, and probably this from before as well too, but like Baptist Altair was a very important friend, to Carmino. So, setting aside the fact that they had such a positive relationship between the Anabaptists and the Spitalians, it's also the loss of a close and dear friend, right? A long-time friend. So,
well, and maybe if I feel like if I could bring his, Hiller to justice, that might help to repair some of the damage to the way that Carmino sees me, or whatever, like trying to repair some of the ill. Not that it's ill will, but just like
yeah. So then, I think I'm going to give you an extra ego when you sleep tonight. So you'll recover 2 ego overnight. So, it's late in the afternoon. Then you guys are kind of milling around and trying to keep things calm, or keep yourself occupied while keeping an eye on the situation. You can hear someone screaming outside in the exchange. And if one of you guys go out, go on the balcony, or poke your head out the window, what you can see is there is a very, very drunk orgiastic who's stomping around and is loudly raging and ranting against Ennio Benesato, the governor. And in amongst other things, what he's screaming about is that the horny old man has had his brains fucked out and wants to hand over Lucator to the White Wolf of Bergamo. And you guys know that the White Wolf of Bergamo is Lord Lombardi. Now, Bergamo is that city nearby that expressly keeps the Lombardi, or keeps the Anabaptists out, and has actually allied itself with the Mohammedans. This guy is screaming about that. And you can then see other people come up, and that doesn't make sense to you. Why on earth would the Benesato throw in with a Lombardi? You know, just from what you know so far, that makes no sense. And you can hear then it seems like someone else, a loyalist for Benesato, comes in and is an outraged woman, throws her shoes at the orgiastic and screams at him, "Good that he's here, at least. Or should we let ourselves be led by the iron emissary? Altair's wife is married to the cross rather than the village." And you can hear people, "Yeah! This fury prefers cutting girls' ears off to ruling. Yeah!" And you can see that the crowd is sort of forming into two different groups. And it's at that point that you see a bunch of guardsmen come in and start breaking up this. I think that, you know, just as men of the world, you suspect that this scene may be playing out elsewhere all across Lugator right now.
Right.
So, if you guys both kind of look at this, you may, like, how the hell does House Lombardi fit into this? That doesn't make... You could ask...
Right, like...
Yeah, Dana, if you were so inclined. Maybe she knows something?
Yeah, I think I would.
Okay.
What is this man raving about?
She says... Ennio, in his old age, Governor Ennio has finally had his heart captured. But his heart was captured by a woman 20 years his junior, and a scion of Vespaccio Lombardi, the White Wolf of Bergamo. Living in House Benesato with Ennio as his companion is Gala Lombardi, the daughter of the White Wolf. Some feel that she twists his heart to the ends of her father. She has been nothing but kind to me any time I have seen her. But the rift between the Lombardi and the Benesato are as old as these hills.
So how does the adopted son feel about this?
The son is,
Luciano.
as with Neva is not a Benesato. She is married but she is an Anabaptist first and foremost, as is Luciano. Their loyalty is to the cross, as was Altair's. The Benesato name it is a coincidence. It is simply happenstance that both the Benesato and the Lombardi are at odds, and the Lombardi and the Anabaptist are at odds. Where the Benesato end, where the Benesato end is where the Anabaptist end. They are one and the same. So whether the excuse for hatred between the families comes from the family and blood or from the faith, it really makes no difference. No Lombardi would be welcome with open arms here, but the governor's partner, and to all appearances his great love, is a Lombardi.
thank you. That's very interesting.
So, what do you? Oh, the other the reference to the Iron Emissary. That's not a title. That's a something else that's been added in there. What the old woman was yelling about.
Oh,
And the thing about cutting off ears. That's also very a weird specific thing to be shouting about.
right.
So
Right, like, why would they be cutting off ears?
she looks and you can kind of tell Dana seems to know something, but she's not forthwith with sharing whatever she is thinking about or knows,
Right.
which is not surprising given if she is sworn to House Benesato, sharing scandalous rumors or bad news or whatnot about Neva, the Baptist's wife. That may not be in her interest to do that, or her place for that matter too, in a non-self-interested way. So the rest of the evening, the rest of the afternoon falls very much like that. The rest of the evening is what you guys choose to make of it. What are you guys thinking here?
We could investigate the murder scene and see if there's any missed clues, but I think we probably missed that boat.
Yeah, like I think we might have to wait till later at night, or
Well, yeah, I meant go out at night and try and sneakily do it if we think that's safe to do.
right.
The other eye is this child who was called Hennick, who was sort of staring at me for some reason. Actually, I asked Dana, does she know a family with a child called Hennick? It's quite a small town, as you may know.
She says, "No, I'm sorry."
Okay, I'll describe him. Does she remember seeing him in town? He was quite striking looking, I think, wasn't he? He said he had blue eyes.
Yeah, but I mean it's not unusual for the region.
He wasn't doing the John Wyndham story, the one with the scary children.
Oh no.
Yeah.
She says, "I'm sorry. No, the name is unfamiliar to me."
Okay, well, I'll talk to Alpino out of her earshot. Maybe we should have an investigation of the water towers. Because his throat was cut. Well,
So
I would
what
assume the murder weapon was taken away, but we might be lucky and find something there.
if you guys are caught skulking around the scene of the murder? For one thing, the water towers are typically sealed off. There you can see there's a wall. Okay. Yeah, to keep the water safe, they generally seal it off in the evenings. So you've got this. You have to sort of figure a way over that massive wall. But even if you, what do you think would happen to you if in the within 24 hours of their revered leader dying?
Yeah.
One other option we could go back to the
Ram's blood?
The bleeding ram.
Was a bleeding ram, yeah.
And do maybe some investigation. Buy a few drinks, see what other people are saying. Of course, we were told to stay here, but didn't say for how long.
Oh, like did he say like stay here at the?
Well, I think that's what he said as he went out. Stay here, and then just stalked out with his two guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you ask Dana for her 2 cents, she suggests that tonight is not a night to be a stranger walking around.
Well, no, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like at least give them a day to cool down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, another 12 hours might be safer.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of ideas what we could do, but yeah, I'm probably with Dana. We sit here and have a meal and await what happens tomorrow.
So then, what we'll do, guys, we'll take a break again here in a second, and then we'll come back. But we will end this scene with you guys laying down and getting, drifting off to sleep with the sounds of the weeping and crying and drunken shouts coming from Lucator. So you fall asleep. Let's take a 5-minute break, guys, and then we will come back and continue.
Yeah, we have locked the door, by the way.
Yes, I'm assuming so. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want the mob running in and trying to kill us and...
Definitely. Back momentarily.
Right, 5 minutes.
Okay. Howdy, let's see. Howdy, Jacobert. Howdy, Redgo. Howdy, William. Howdy, Longshot. Howdy, Brian. Awesome. Almost played it. Yeah, it seems like Degenesis, just based on what some people have said in the Discord server and in in chat yesterday as well too. Like, Degenesis is one of those games that a lot of people have picked up and like flipped through, but not actually, got to the table. I kind of, I had so many games that have been like that with Degenesis. I sort of threw myself into reading it right away, and then deciding for this to be the game for the gaming marathon really provided me an extra incentive to dive in and learn the setting, learn the rules, and man, I don't know. Like, what are you guys thinking of? You guys know how I feel about it so far. What are you guys thinking of the setting in the game so far? I'm catching you both at a snack.
I think it's the game itself seems very intimidating to get into, but like rewarding once you do is sort of the way I would put it.
Absolutely, yeah. I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's not 5th edition D&D. I mean, the artwork is amazing.
Yeah, totally.
They've obviously spent a lot of time and effort into that artwork.
So the lead guy behind...
It's a very non-standard setting as well.
It's the first post-apocalyptic setting that has really, really clicked with me. I love the idea of post-apocalyptic RPGs, and I've run a handful of them too. This hits the perfect tone of leaning into sci-fi with some cool, unique twist to it, as well as some really good and fascinating kind of like, backstory threats and stuff behind the scenes, as well as a really cohesive world. You're right. Like because it's so dense, it's hard to. It's not for the casual player, and the authors behind it, they certainly don't help things, because usually, like, when you ask questions about it on their Discord, their answer is read the book, because the answer can be found in there, and they're not interested in sort of like doling out little piecemeal things. But their Discord server, the Degenesis Discord server, is enormously active. Like, is people constantly going on it. People who are fans of it seem to be obsessive. And the creators, like in particular Marko Djurdovic, the guy who's behind Six More Vodka, who does a lot of the art. Like, I think Marko does both of the illustrations for your characters. It is clearly a passion project for him, and he's put a shit ton of work into making a cohesive and believable world. And as a result of that, I feel like it's something I can see adventures in. I can see, telling compelling stories in, where I struggle with a lot of other post-apocalyptic games to find that starting point and to figure out what that world looks like.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me a bit of Death Stranding.
Okay.
And I can't remember the guy's name, but he's a very famous Japanese game designer.
Kojima?
It's that sort of vibe, and also he's very much, it's my vision, and just live with it. But certainly I got that just looking at the books and seeing some of the playthroughs of Death Stranding. It's very much sort of a one person or a small group's vision.
Mm-hmm.
But it did remind me of this guy, and I can't remember his name. He's done some other ones.
Are you saying, is it Hideo Kojima?
That's the guy, yeah. I just got that vibe just from quickly reading the book and just very briefly doing the setting.
Yeah, it's the thing. I mean, another thing is neat is how there's not really there's not good guys, there's not bad guys, like clear good guys, clear bad guys, apart from the what are they called? Psychonauts. Psychonauts, is that what they're called? Oh gosh, I don't know why I have a hard time keeping that in my head.
So to be clear, the spores are like microscopic actual spores, right?
Alien spores that spread in like all of what is now called Poland. Is like a vast majority of it is lost underneath a massive fields of these things, and the fields, like kind of a amplifying transceiver, make the Psychonauts even more powerful.
Okay, and they tend to uh, enter insects more often and easily than the people?
Well, the people, it's more that the like the insect, different insect swarms respond to different kinds of psychonauts in different ways. So, like, what the psychokinetics manifest as opposed to the biokinetics or the bio whatever they're called. They're different animals. Like some centipedes will respond to some kinds, whereas bees will respond to another, or leeches will respond to another. And those the swarms of those animals is part of the manifestation. Those insects are infused with the spores, and they're a reflection of the power of the psychonauts. And the psychonauts can draw power from them as well, too. So, like, if you see a massive swarm of, say, wasps, right, then that may be a manifestation or a kind of a heralding of I think that's what the what are they called? The pheromancers herald. They use pheromones, spore-infused pheromones, to control minds.
Right, and so these psychonauts are people who have been completely infected with the spores.
Yes, and have become completely inhuman. Hence the name, like the Spitalians call them Homo Degenesis. Because they are no longer human. They've been transformed to be basically conduits of the prime. Prime is what they also call. Prime is basically it's the genesis. It's the alien DNA that transformed, the Terran stuff, created the spores, created the pheromancers, or the psychonauts, created the other things. Like there's all sorts of creepy alien Geiger-esque or Giger-esque kind of life that can live in the spore fields too. But they're also part generally of some strange alien ecology.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Spitalians are committed to sort of opposing that stuff and preventing its spread. So, and then the what do you call it? One of the things that the Anabaptists do is take up arms against the Pheromancers or the Psychonauts as well. So, guys, your first evening. Afterwards, let me switch over here. Do I have something else? What is this here?
Well, I have something to add now that we're going back to the game.
Yeah, please do.
So, for the second, time in 24 hours, Opiano is really wishing that Karina was here. He's thinking like, I'd love to do something about this investigation, but we are very much outsiders to the Anabaptists, and she is a key that would get us possibly in and access to help with this investigation. Whereas if a battalion and a chronicler show up and say we'd like to help with this investigation, we're just going to be turned away or turned into suspects. And so he's sort of really conflicted about, again, the second time in 24 hours he wished she was here.
Yeah. How's Interface feeling when he wakes up in the morning? Opiano, your evening is undisturbed by dreams this time too. But I think you wake up and your mind still drifts back to that strange dream you had the night before. Interface, when you wake up in the morning, how are you feeling?
Rested, I suppose, but somewhat nervous about what's happening next and where the rest of the party is.
Okay. Opiano, you recover 2 ego points as well.
Oh yeah, right.
So, you wake up, you break your fast with Dana, who seems a little more put together now. Well, actually, quite a bit more. She's Balkan, so she's quite stern stuff. And she says, and what do you plan to do with your day then, There are already this morning, she kind of gestures to outside. There's already people. Word has spread of the Baptist's death. And there are people from all over coming to pray, to pay homage. Orgiastics, touched ones, pilgrims. It seems that all of the province is coming.
I suppose you'll need the room.
She says, "You are guests of House Bergamo until I am told other, or Benesato, until I'm told otherwise. You remain guests."
Well, thank you.
So, what do you
Is there
guys?
anything that we can do for you today?
She says, "No, I will be sending. If you have any other, wishes for stocking the larder, I will be doing that today. So if you have any preferences to anything you would prefer or like, let me know, and I will, in my course of the day, I will collect that for you."
Okay. Do you know of any place in town that would sell medical equipment, bandages, I don't know, rubbing alcohol? I'm not even sure what would be in my healing kit. Stuff like that, I'm sure.
The rubbing alcohol
Tape.
is less likely. To give you an idea of the tech level here, too. Give me a sec.
I think you said it was 3.
Yeah, it's 3 here, and then what 3... I can tell you what 3 kind of amounts to.
Right.
So...
Yeah, I just don't know what would have persisted.
So
as
tech
far
level
as
3
that.
is progressive. The forges produce good steel to fashion simple rifle barrels from. Muzzle loaders and black powder revolutionize warcraft. Cannons guard the gates of tech level 3 cities. And soldiers' armor are free of rust. For the first time, specialists gather in manufacturers to work on a product together. It's a time of invention, and of countless new developments. The veil of superstition and religion lifts and reveals a clear, determinist worldview. So this is as opposed to 4, which is industrial age. So this is a pre-industrial region. Rubbing alcohol probably is a tech 4 thing, but bandages is a tech level 1, so you can easily get that somewhere in town.
Yeah.
So
I
this
think
is
I would.
1780s to about 1820-ish,
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think so. So it's, yeah.
Very early industrial revolution, I suppose.
Yeah, like massive machines. Like you're not making use of large-scale machinery, but you are fabricating steel and things like that.
Yeah, so they had steam carts in revolutionary France, but they were like experimental weird stuff.
Yeah, and that like, so game-wise, what that probably is like stuff that is dipping its toe in tech level 4.
Yeah.
And here as well too, it is post-apocalyptic world, so I think your chronicler suit is a tech level 5. It's either 4 or 5. So I mean, like there is outlier technology that is definitely beyond what the average person has here. But firearms will be like one-shot muskets and things like that. They won't be the kind of the advanced like assault rifles that the Helvetics have and make use of regularly. Your fungicide rifle, for instance, is a miracle as far as these people are concerned.
Right.
Yeah, so you'd be looking at Brown Bess maybe up to an early Henry.
Yeah. So what do you guys? Donna wants to know what you guys plan to do with the day. You can find in the market square. If you can't find in the exchange, you can find what you're looking for in the market square.
Yeah, I think maybe a trip to the market square, just to sound out the populace.
Yep.
But obviously, if we go out to the small market outside and we see a lot of people being antagonistic, I think we might have to retreat.
Yep.
But I think we're going to be very careful. So if it looks like the mob is looking at us and saying killer, I think we better retreat back. But yeah, I think the market square, stock up your stuff.
Okay.
Maybe do a bit of talking to the general population, seeing what's going on, when's the funeral.
Okay.
And presumably Luciano is leading the investigation, or one of his people is.
Yeah, that's probably the case. So, as you guys finish your breaking your fast, you guys head out into the exchange first. You said, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Just to get a feeling of the crowd. If it looks like it's turning hairy, we won't go to the main market. But if it looks safe-ish, I think we do that then.
it's so the exchange is generally where like either very small or minor local merchants or the or foreigners, people from out of town are going. So you're not able to really get a great sense of that. Why don't we do this? Let's have if you're asking around, I think that's charisma and expression. Or are you trying to be cunning about it? I mean, if you're trying to sort of get a sense of whether you can go in safely without letting him know, that might be psyche cunning. What do you guys feel? You trying to be friendly?
I think psychic cunning works for me, but what do you think?
I mean, as far as Opiano is concerned, he's trying to be friendly, I guess. He's trying to, spend some money and gain favor that way, right? People are always a lot happier with you if you've just spent money with them.
And both of you guys are from very wealthy cults as well, too. So what do you think, guys? What are you guys going to... What approach you want to take? Friendly or cunning? If you're spending money, like if you're actively trying to spend money to curry favor, I will give you... Let me see what would be a reasonable expenditure here. Actually, I'm going to switch back to the other. It's a little more intense than is necessary for... Jeepers. Okay. Yeah. So if you spend... Let's see here. What I'll do is I'll give you up to a maximum of 3. For every 10 drafts that you spend, I will give you a +1 dice to the roll.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah. So you can take a look at the survival equipment, or the equipment and whatnot is in there. Bandages is in the core rulebook. Bandages cost... Where's medical stuff?
Oh, you told me how much money I have and I didn't type it in the box.
Oh, what did I say? Did I say 250? 350? I can't remember. Oop, Anna says it was 350. I'm going to close my office door in a sec.
Yeah. Okay. And how much, so I know I used up some of my supplies from my field kit and some bandages. So, I'd be looking to replenish that stuff probably.
Oh, bandages are 10 each.
10 each. Okay, so probably spending like in the 40 to 50 range.
Okay. And field kit is tech level 3, so you can find the stuff you need to get here. What are your respective resources scores?
My resources is a 3.
3, okay. So, do this for me. Give me a... Give me a 3d6 roll here. I'm going to see if you can run into a kind of a friendly battalion or not. Because if so, you may be able to call on your resources ability.
You said 3d6?
3d6, please. Yeah, so see if you get any triggers. Yes, you do. Okay, so there is a battalion in town who is...
nice.
Yeah. And he's set up out there, and he's probably selling some stuff. So the way that the resources background works is... One second here. That... if an object, so anything that is a cult object, so that says Spitalians on it, you may, if the object's resource value is lower than the character's resource score, the character may take the object. If the character's resource score is equal to the object's value, the same is true, however, your resource score is then reduced by 1. Cult artifacts at level 5 to 6 can only be found in their headquarters, so we don't need to worry about that. But if there's anything that is a higher tech level that you want to get, but is a resource 3 or less, we can talk about whether you can just take that. So like a field kit, you could probably get another field kit from that guy if you want. You don't pay anything for it, you just take it as part of your resources. You can also yeah, like there's 2 different ways of getting things. You can buy them with dinars or with drafts, or you can secure them by resources. Interface, what is your resource score?
1.
1. Give me a 1d6 roll. Let's see if there's a passing chronicler coming through. This isn't how the rules work necessarily. I think so. It's good enough. So those listening at home, this is a house roll. And look at that! There's a chronicler making his way through too. So you can take a look at the chronicler stuff. Now your resources is only a 1, so you may be limited in what chronicler gear that you may be able to access. But and then
which page of the book is it on? I'm trying to find it.
So it's any of the equipment areas. I don't know what it is on the PDF. I've got the physical book here. Jeff, what are you in the equipment section?
I don't have the book open, no.
Oh, okay. No. So, in minus 175 of Catharsis of the rulebook, that's around that area is where all the different equipment are. It takes up about 15 or 20 pages.
I think I might have got the wrong book. I've got this Primal Punk EN.
Oh, yeah, it's all... So, yeah, Primal Punk is the setting one. It's Catharsis with a K. That's the one you want to open up.
Let me download that.
Sure, okay. Well, that should be in there. I think normally when you download from Degenesis, it gives you a folder, and then like a zip folder, and in there's 2 things. One of them is Primal Punk, one of them is Catharsis.
I think I downloaded just a book.
Oh, okay. Well, in any event, to be honest, there's not really much in the way of a 1 resource piece of gear that you can draw on for chroniclers. Everything's like 2 or higher. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to take advantage of that. But in any event, so if you're spending that much money, then Jeff, why don't you give me a psyche and cunning and get +3 because of the amount of money that you're spending. This will be you asking around here. Nice. How many triggers you get? 2 triggers too. Holy shit.
Nice.
All right. So you're asking away out there in some of the people in and around the exchange there. One of the people that you meet is a guy named MacLeod. And I'll type that in here for you so you got his spelling. MacLeod is actually the ice warden. He operates the cold stores, and he brings down ice from the Alps to stock there, and then it's where you keep frozen goods and whatnot, or buy ice. And in the course of kind of chatting with him and asking about whether you see if it's safe to go into town and stuff like that, he says just if you're going to go in, you're going to want to be careful. The people are on edge, and they're looking for someone to blame. And from what I hear, Luciano Bastardo kicked in every door he could and had him or the guard interrogate every foreigner, and they've turned up nothing thus far. So, yes. If without an answer as to what's happened here, but I've actually heard tell that they've already buried him.
That's bizarre.
I don't know why they didn't lay out Altair in my cold store. I would have thought you Spitalians or someone from Vivico would have been able to. find out more about the killer by examining the body. I mean, that's what you people do, right?
Of course.
No one came to me.
Makes no sense.
No. It's strange. You also speak to a guy named Bernat, who is a glass blower from Apis. And what he says is that the orgiastics of the city guard are tough guys, like serious customers, and he has no clue how anyone would be able to get past them. Like the murderer, how could they have gotten past the orgiastics? How could they have?
These are like his personal bodyguards.
It's his, yeah. The orgiastics are Kira, or Kirin. What's her name? Karina.
Karina, right?
Yeah, like that's she is the epitome of the orgiastics. Warriors with enormous swords, the Beadenhanders, who, protect. How could they have gotten past that?
Same question I've been asking myself.
And
the whole thing is very suspicious.
It's very, and I think there's a guy named Hector, who's from Cavalese, who you talk to him a bit, and you sort of direct just because it is still part of your the reason you came here too. He mentions about apocalyptics, and what he tells you is that once there were many apocalyptics that were seen visiting the cloister, but they haven't been to Lucator for many years now. Instead, now they're hanging around Cavalese, where he's from. Useless scum. That's one of the towns that is to the west of Lucator. So that's what you hear, but you're able to, you're able to purchase whatever you like. What you hear is that, the stream of pilgrims that are coming through now. There's even, it said people were already up in the graveyard and leaving candles, notched stones, and broken crosses at his grave. And what he said is, if you are going to be spending time, it's said that even Abacus, one of the oldest ascetics living in the cloister, he's been seen out and around town. Neva is who you would have expected, but a widow grieving is not even a warrior woman as powerful as Neva and brave as Neva. That may even be hard. So seeing Abacus out and about is really, is really something. They kind of expect that he's going to say something. If anyone was going to say something to talk about what, depending on who you speak to, they may feel that Ennio, the governor, should say it, but they think he is a poor shadow of his brother, and that the loss of the Baptist calls for someone devout in the faith to respond to it. So they think Abacus probably is going to be the one. So having heard that, what does that tell you about the what do you call it? About the...
Well, either the bodyguards were in on it, or possibly he was killed by someone he trusted to meet alone. It does sort of raise the question: is what has happened to his girlfriend, mistress? It's people who don't want the possible alliance might have killed him to stop that happening.
Sorry, which alliance are you talking about?
Well, this whole thing with the White Wolf. And
Right. Remember, that's Ennio. That's not Altair. That's Ennio, his brother, the governor. The governor has Gala Lombardi is his girlfriend.
Sorry. I got that confused. I thought it was the Baptists.
No, the Baptist is married to Neva. He was, from what everyone says, he was a devout and loyal husband.
Well,
Both of them are deep in the Anabaptist faith. Ennio is not a devout Anabaptist, and he's the one who's been dallying with a woman 20 years his junior, who is the daughter of the White Wolf of Bergamo. So, they say it's relatively safe for you guys to head in. Are you guys planning on heading in?
I think so. I'll also ask Mercio. I'll describe the young boy and his name, which was Hennick.
Okay.
Does he know the family? Because at the night of the murder, he was sort of following us as we came back to the cloister, to the
And sorry, who are you asking this of?
Mercio. Mercoy, sorry.
Sorry, who are you asking of? Mercoy. Oh, Mercoy, the Ice Warden. He doesn't necessarily, like, the name doesn't ring a bell, but I mean, a lot of the devout or the touched, who are like it's the entry level sort of devout who are part of the Anabaptist order. He doesn't know them terribly well, so it could be effectively like a peasant's child, and he doesn't know.
Right.
If it's important to you, I can ask.
No, it's just a bit curious. I think we're going to go to the market and see if we can gather some more information.
Okay. So you guys, unless you've got anything else you want to say, then you guys head into town. Now, what you find as you're making your way to the market is, I mean, the mood is not quite as explosive as it was yesterday, but you are definitely getting very aggressive looks from a lot of the locals. They seem not pleased with the foreigners being in town. If you stop and talk to people, you find them very unhelpful and in some cases unfriendly, but not the like screaming and pointing at you as a murderer the way things were yesterday.
Right.
Tell me how you guys are go ahead, Jeff. What'd you say?
I said that's an improvement.
It is, yeah. The what do you tell me a little bit about like how you guys are reacting to the crowd? I mean, you stand out as a fully kitted out Spitalian and a chronicler. How are you reacting to the crowd here? Are you trying to like bask in their attention, or are you trying to keep it as low key as you can?
Try not to provoke anything, just sort of like move on and just sort of try and ignore it.
Okay.
Are they doing this to all foreigners? Because presumably there are other people that are not native. Are they being given the evil eye as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you from talking to any of the ones that I mentioned that are not from here, particularly people who are not from Purgar, they're very hostile towards them. This is not unusual, when especially if because they haven't found the murderer. Looking at the other is not an unusual, an unusual group response, right?
I'm imagining that the Spitaliers are normally greeted positively where they go because they're helping people, curing them, making them better. So
yep.
I think I'm a little, not necessarily annoyed, but put off with the fact that we're sort of being treated poorly.
It's
not
definitely
too great with me.
You know what? So part of it is just from knowing the regional Anna. Part of it is knowing that that you are godless. The Spitalians are not a godly people. So that's part of where they draw the line and the distinction between you is that because you do not pray, you are not part of, you place your faith elsewhere. The other thing is you're traveling with a chronicler, and chronicler, because of the mysterious kind of inscrutable, reputation that they cultivate for themselves, it sort of is a consequence of you traveling with one of them as well.
Right, and it's sort of like, I'm assuming that that's a reaction that Interface would be used to, but one that is sort of not, I'm not as used to it. And so, I don't know, maybe he's hurt by it, or he's,
Yeah. So as you are making your way to the passing into the square, what you see is a bit unnerving. There's a sort of like a makeshift platform that has been set up near the entrance of it, and on that platform, like stripped bare to the waist and then wearing nothing but a loincloth and a vicious looking square, like a crown of thorns, is one of the flayers. And in each hand he has a scourge. And in front of him there are 5 other flayers on the ground on their knees. And what the flayer, just as a refresher, this is what these guys look like. The one flayer who is standing screams up with this manic, kind of like warbling voice, "Forgive us!" Whack! And the ones on the ground all say, "Forgive us!" and whack, hit themselves in their back. And their backs are shredded already by this point. "Forgive us!" Whack! And then, "Forgive us!" Whack! And this just keeps going on. There's a small crowd around there, and you can see that there are people who are like catching the spit, like the cast off blood from these scourges and holding it up as if it's a holy relic.
Now, are they a branch of the Anabaptists, Kev?
Nope. They're just
okay.
they
they're
say
their own thing.
Yeah. But people are fickle with their belief, right? And it seems that there's many, judging from the crowd that's gathered around this flayer, and you can hear someone calls out, and what they call him. I don't know if it's brother or, let me see here. Someone cries out from the crowd, "Sirocco the sinner! Sirocco the sinner will take on our sins! Forgive us!" And you hear the guy on the stage, who apparently is Sirocco the sinner, cries out again, "Forgive us!" Smash! "Forgive us!" Whack! And this just carries on. However long you choose to stand there, this carries on. Blood is falling down, or like oozing down his face from where the thorns, two crowns of thorns have been jammed into his head. The scourges are covered with blood on the end. His back is disgusting and raw. So is the front of his chest, scabbed over, but also flayed open again. Yeah, it.
That Piano turns to Interface and says, "Well, faith sure is a powerful thing."
I think this is something that is, whether these, one second here, whether these guys are true in their faith or whether they are charlatans, the world is dark and scary and full of ignorance. So these types often find welcome flocks, particularly in times of unrest. So that is what Sirocco the Sinner looks like, guys. Yeah. So anyway, it's definitely a kind of a reminder of how extreme that some of these faiths can be. So you make your way into the square, and what you find in there, you're able to purchase whatever you want to from there, but they are very, very unhelpful, and to the point where some people have just refused to sell to you. It's not coming to the point of violence, and you are able to get what you need, but yeah. The thing that you also find is the stream of people making their way through town who seem to be like even more. There's even more of these like devout Anabaptists making their way through town, and everyone seems to be heading out the east end of town. If you do think to ask, what it seems to be is that everyone again is heading up to the graveyard because apparently the Baptist, hey sweetie, the Baptist has already been placed in his grave. And that is very different from what you expected, from what Dana had led you to believe was the appropriate way for it to be.
Shall we go look at? Shall we head up there, or do you think it's too dangerous?
In your face? Or are you thinking?
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, let's go up there. Could we actually get some sort of hooded robes to try and like us make it less obvious?
You could probably.
But I suspect we.
Yeah, I mean, like something. The reason I'm pausing, I think I'll make a dice roll for it because there probably is like opportunistic vendors who are trying to sell like the equivalent of like ascetic robes, like oh wear these, and whatnot. But they may not want to sell this shit to you. So, what I'll do. Tell me about your approach here. What are you thinking is the approach to try and purchase this stuff? Are you trying to be friendly? Are you trying to be tricky about it? Are you trying to be forceful about it? What do you think, guys?
I think friendly, and just say we want to pay our respects to the Baptist.
Okay. So I think I'm going to set the difficulty at friendly. Then will be I think charisma and expression. And why don't you? Let's set the difficulty at a 3 for that. So remember, someone can help with that if they want. You'll be rolling against a target number of 4, and then whatever triggers you get on a successful roll, that gets to apply to it. But
I'll spend a point of ego on that as well.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. So go ahead and make your roll, and then reduce your ego on your token by 1.
Oh, hang on, that didn't quite click.
Sure.
So that's 1 as a modifier.
Okay. Nice! You not only succeed, you also get a trigger on it. So, yeah, I think that, you know what, this person, I think, has some kind of, oh my goodness, what's all that noise? Shh, did you hear that yawn? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, sweetie, I know.
That was like a get your attention yawn.
It really was. Honey,
Yeah.
where's your toy? I'm going to go get her some more treats in just a sec here, maybe to get her occupied. But what I'm thinking is maybe this is someone who had a, you know, who looks at you and do you take your mask off in order to purchase this stuff in your face?
Yeah, I think so. It makes it a bit more friendly.
Okay, so what they say is, yes, of course they'll sell you the thing, and they kind of look at you and say, and perhaps this as well, brother. And he hands you what's effectively kind of like a part of like a nun's habit that will actually cover up the big barcode on your forehead. Because you'll be, you know, that will definitely like trick you up or call you out as a chronicler. So and you kind of look at it, and you look at him, and there's this knowing look that goes between the two of you, and he's like, seems to know the troubles that you guys are probably having right now, and seems sympathetic towards that. So you have got a pair of robes to disguise yourself in. Do you want to head back to the commission house and then get changed there and then head up, or you try and find a place? Yeah?
No, I don't think we want to do it in the street.
This girl is getting excited. Yes, I know. Thank you for biting my hand. So you head back to the commission house, and you know, sorry guys, just give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna go off and get her some more treats here in her little treat dispenser, and then I'll be right back. You guys feel free to talk about what you're thinking about, how you want to approach this, and what precautions you want to take. Also, what you want to bring with you as well, too.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to head out without my splayer, but that thing really identifies me as a battalion for sure. It's like my really giant big staff thing that can sense the spores.
Yeah, I mean, also
I don't know
my
if there's
stats
any
are a bit
way
obvious.
Yeah, I mean that's a problem, right? We're really not stealthy, or we almost have to go out without our stuff if we want to be stealth.
Well, we're not intending to fight or get into anything, so maybe yeah, we could just be very
Yeah,
careful to, if it looks like it's turning nasty, sort of make our excuses and leave.
I mean I have a knife. Maybe you could bring, like, I think that one of your things you have is like this voice corridor thing. Maybe you could bring it under your robe in case we got in trouble.
I kind of thought that was the sort of microphone,
A mask thing.
speaker
Yeah.
thing on top of the staff I'm carrying.
Oh, is it?
Looking at
Oh,
my
okay.
character picture.
That's the vocoder?
Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
yeah, I thought it was. It's that big staff with the thing, with a speaker on the top.
Oh, so it's just like my thing. It's like very obvious.
Yeah, we should have gone shopping for guns and other stuff earlier.
I think guns would be
But,
difficult here.
I have a knife.
I mean,
I'm assuming that that's like a small knife.
Yeah, and you could
I'm
take...
imagining, given the tech level, sort of a small Derringer or a pocket pistol rather than an actual
let's see
you know,
here.
an actual revolver or anything, just something as a last ditch.
Let's see here. So pistols, handguns. Here we go. Yeah, you can get a flintlock pistol is, or a revolver. A pistol or revolver are tick level 3. An automatic pistol is level 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, those. Let's see here. The price of a pistol or revolver is 1,200, and that does not come with ammunition. Bullets are between about 50 and 80 drafts per bullet. A hand weapon might be a more effective. You can get, I think you can find, if you just want a sharp knife to bring with you interface, you could probably find that in the in like the drawer.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll keep that hidden because I think we were discussing not taking our very obvious staffs with us.
Yeah. Definitely would make it stand out.
Well, and they're both very telling of what we really are.
Absolutely.
And I think that that's exactly what we're trying to avoid.
Okay. So what do you want to take with you concealed then?
I was just going to bring my knife.
Okay.
And that's it, I think.
And then interface, you want to take just a knife with you as well?
Yeah, I think just a knife. I mean, presumably the armor can be hidden under the suit.
So you could wear your chronicler's suit under the robes without the mask and whatnot on, but I mean, like, you'd have to take the gloves off then, you'd have to take the boots off, because as you can tell, like, if you can see in the illustration, like, it's a chronicler's suit is, again, you're sort of a victim of your own success here. Anyone seeing it knows exactly what they're looking at. You know, you've got all the where are you here? Interface of chronicler. Like, the boots probably don't necessarily stand out, but like everything else, not even if it's unnecessary, you've got other like piping and whatever else on it that's there to sort of play up the look of the mysterious tech priest kind of thing that the chroniclers do. I think Dana had said, or Dana was going to go out and get some supplies if you wanted, or actually when you guys were purchasing the robes, you could have gotten like sandals or whatever, you know, kind of shoes or like moccasins, whatever the Pergarin equivalent of like leather made shoes are. You could get that stuff.
Yeah, I think that's probably best. So what's the other thing I'm holding in my hand there?
That is something you do not have. That would be
okay.
another. Yeah, the Chroniclers have all sorts of really badass gear that they can gain access to. Same thing with the Spitalians. Just you guys.
Okay, well, so if we get just like ordinary civilian type clothes, and keep the knife, and just hope we can blend in.
Hold on, isn't that the reason you got the robes?
Yeah. Oh, I thought. Oh no. Originally, I was thinking just a big robe with a hood.
Okay.
To cover it up, but if you think we're gonna have to like.
Yeah, like I don't think. I mean, is that what you thought, Jeff? That was just a big robe to kind of cover up what you're wearing, or were you thinking like?
I mean, that's just what I pictured as well. But I mean, if we're like changing our outfits completely, that also makes sense.
Yeah, I think
imagining it.
The safest way.
I was imagining it a bit more like Robin Hood sneaking into the castle, and he's just got a big hood over his face.
Yeah, I mean, picture yourself in a crowd of devoted people, and you're the only person kind of making your way through with a giant hood on. That might be conspicuous.
Oh, I see. I thought clerics or religious people might have that sort of outfit. That was the sort of vibe.
Well, that's a different thing from just a big cloak, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, what I understood was that you were trying to get something that would pass off as like an ascetic kind of robe. That's different from a great big cloak to cover yourself up.
Right. Okay. Yep. We'll go with that then.
Okay. So the two of you guys get changed. You to the casual observer, and especially now that you've got something covering up your barcode tattoo, you appear to be just like any number of the itinerants who are coming in and trying to make their way up to the grave of the what do you call it, the Baptist. So as you guys make your way through town, it is a marked difference from what you guys experienced before. No one is staring at you. No one spares you a second look. There's so many strangers who have come in over the past day in response to the Baptist's murder that just because you're not a local does not draw any extra attention. You make your way through the town without anyone, causing any kind of issue. There's maybe one or two times where people will, give you kind of a blessing. God bless you, Deus, with you, and present you, the Numina flow free, and hands you like a flower or a piece of scripture or something like that. You guys can kind of like awkwardly nod or whatever and go along with it. Neither of you guys are particularly religious types, I don't think. And when you make your way to the edge of town, you can see there's actually like a little stream, not like a steady, like a line, but there's a steady procession of people heading up to the cemetery and going past Abacus, the house where Abacus lives. And as you make your way up there, too, you find what has been described. For one thing, you're able to make your way through this crowd. You still see the crowd turning on foreigners as well too, and some still shouting at them and whatnot. But you are not the subject of this any longer. So you make your way up to the cemetery, and the cemetery itself is full of what Dana had described to you as being the way that they place their great leaders to rest. There's a small gate in the woods, and through that is where the cemetery is reached. And there, the ancestors of House Benesato lie buried next to the Anabaptists who died of war or old age. The Benesato family tree is engraved onto a stone stela next to the main path, and it dates back 7 generations. Small crypts line the way, directing a visitor's gaze to a roughly hewn sarcophagi in which Führers and other great fighters are laid to rest. The cast iron broken cross is ubiquitous here. So many of these things are the graves of Anabaptists. But what appears to be the place that has great attention is a grave that you would think would be a commoner's grave. It's a simple grave with a simple stone marker, not the kind of thing that you see the other leaders of the Benesato have. And there's tons of candles and flowers and other sort of offerings that have been set there. And there's people who are praying around that thing as well. What do you guys do?
Drift over to that grave and see if we can sort of eavesdrop on the chatter to see if we can tell who it is, or like if this is his grave or what's going on?
It's his grave. It's the Baptist's grave. Altair has been laid to rest in what appears to be a commoner's grave.
Can we way overhear stuff? Is this something he would done, as he's quite an ascetic person and he might not want a massive marble mausoleum?
That seems to be the the reaction from the crowd. They seem to think that like he's such a pure soul that he didn't have any of the pretensions that the Benesato had. Whatever, and you hear this from a couple of people who are screaming this out, so you get the sense that this may be, if you were more superstitious, you may think that the Lord is passing through many of these people, and that he or she is working his will through them, and they all recognize the work of God. But a more cynical, or someone like, say, the chronicler, who is keen with the idea of memetics, may think that someone has been feeding a specific idea through the crowd, that this is the way to understand this. Because it seems to be a commonly shared refrain that he is so godly, he did not follow, he abandoned the trappings of the Benesato. Truly a man of God, not of the world.
Interesting.
So as you're doing that, what you guys can see is there is an ascetic who is making his way through the crowd as well too, and people are greeting him as Abacus. And give me a second here, I'll give you a handout so I can show you what Abacus looks like. This is what he looks like, guys. He's got that one white eye, the markings of an Anabaptist on his forehead, and fairly wild hair. Would each of you guys give me an empathy check, please? So, Olpiano, I mean, it seems as if you're a quick study of character, one trigger as well, too. If you were to guess, this man is distinctly uncomfortable with the public attention that he is getting. He's old. He walks with the intensity of someone who is used to having his commands followed, but he seems distinctly uncomfortable with the crowd, to the point where, like, where a more skilled, like, orator or a skilled man of the people may, be able to present his, no, they're there, thank you, they're there, thank you, is instead coming across as, yes, thank you, yes, thank you, no, thank you, blessings on you. You would guess he seems put out. He's hiding it fairly well. Hello, my girl. But he definitely seems to be uncomfortable with this. The man makes his way through the crowd and to a place where he can stand. It's on, I think, another sort of like makeshift platform, and he stands up and says, "Please, please." And everyone seems to be gathering around where he is. Please, quiet. Quiet all. Quiet. Now, we all mourn for the loss of Baptist Altair. But he and his pneuma is free, shuffled off this corrupt flesh and gone elsewhere, back to the divine bosom, back to the Godhead. Our grief should, at our loss, should be tempered, recognized his loss, but tempered with the knowledge of where he has gone. We will be observing a grieving period of 7 days. The inhabitants and those guests from elsewhere of Lucator respect the peace of death. During this period, lay down your work and do only the most necessary things. During the grieving period, the cloister will close its gates. None may enter the cloister or pray in the great chapel. None may leave Lucator without permission of the city guard. There's kind of a murmuring through the crowd with that one. No audience with the governor or with the emissary will be allowed in the grieving period. The water towers are off limits. Ascetics will dispense water until the basins have been clean and ritually consecrated. Only the most necessary transactions may be made during the grieving period, and no sermons are permitted in the streets of Lucator during the grieving period. And there's kind of a little bit of a murmur at the back of the crowd about Sirocco the sinner during this. And then, kind of as abruptly as he got up there, he does kind of a, like, not quite sure how to end things, so he just walks away. He gets down and starts making his way through. So the lack of artfulness with which he delivered this sermon is consistent with what your impression of him was, Opiano, which is to say that this is a guy who's not used to this kind of attention. He makes his way through, and you realize now that he's also escorted by 2 orgiastics, and the murmur through the crowd seems to be at first a little bit of uncertainty, and then someone kind of cries out, "It's the work of God! The grieving begins!" And everyone kind of, jumps on board with that. And the whole crowd is on board with this idea that there will be a period of grieving now. So, having witnessed this, what do you guys do? I'm just going to close my office door.
Not normally an investigator of this type, but I can tell you that something very fishy is obviously going on here.
So how does that sit with you guys?
Not well. He was just saying that I'm not an investigator of this sort, but I can tell that something very fishy has gone on here. This murder of Altair was not what it seems on first glance, and many seem to be covering it up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's various factions that appear to have divergent interests.
So one interesting thing with, remember that there is a tension in the Anabaptists between the ascetics and the orgiastics. The fact that he's escorted by 2 orgiastics may be that's what a guard would be, or it may mean something further.
Right.
He may need protection, that may be prudent after the Baptist was murdered. But yeah.
So, the Baptist would be of which group?
The Baptist is the head of both the Anabaptists, and you guys heard different things. Remember on the way down here, you heard, Ulpiano, that the ascetics are the ones who have more sway in Lucator. And that even though he was an orgiastic and a furor, that Altair was ultimately a man of sort of spiritualism rather than armed conflict. He was skilled in both and saw glory in both, but really the discovery or the production of the Elysium oils, that's definitely the work of the ascetics rather than the orgiastics. However, Interface heard that the cloister is actually like a training ground for orgiastic zealots. So, which is true.
Right.
So, Abacus seems to leaving you guys in the thing. Now, again, you don't, from what Dana told you and described what the Baptist's funeral would be like, this is nothing like that. This is the grave does not mark looking at in comparison to what the graves of the great warriors around you, each one with that iron broken cross on it, the sign of the Anabaptists. This is, a farmer with a family that cared could do as good of a job of a grave as what apparently the Baptist has now.
Yeah, which is troubling. Several levels.
Yeah. What are you guys thinking?
That, again, we don't have the authority we need to properly investigate this. It's not like we can go and dig up his body to do an autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
If it's even his body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
how can we trust
they
them?
want to hide evidence of foul play.
Well, and why are they closing down the water towers? What could possibly be there that they don't want anyone to see?
And also, they did mention about the cleansing.
So water is this has a bit of background for the what do you call it, the Anabaptists as well too. Water is a very, very big part of their importance in the Degenesis world. They maintain a series of aqueducts that bring clean water to Cathedral City, to here, to whatever. Water is a big part both of their faith and also a rumored part of the creation of the Elysium oils.
Right.
Not for nothing, the 4 Elysium oils are named each after the rivers of heaven. So if it requires the flow of river water or river, something akin to a man-made river to do that, yeah. And they also, just in keeping with their beliefs, the belief that the world is corrupting, someone being murdered and their blood being spilled all over the place, that it may just be part and parcel of their beliefs that they need to sanctify the place again.
Right. So it might be.
So
Trying to, yeah.
yeah. So I love the visual of this too, where, like the entire cemetery is full of people who are praying and on their knees and whatnot too. And there's you guys kind of standing off on the side, the only 2 robed figures not participating in this mass expression of religious grief.
Yeah. And just talking about this thing in a much different way than everyone else.
Totally. So what are you thinking, guys?
How do we get... Who do we think is not, for sure, not in on it? Because we need someone of power who's on the other side of this conspiracy to grant us some authority.
That's quite a short list.
Yeah, there's the son, the stepson.
The mayor?
Lucio, let's go through our list here so far. Who you guys have met? Lucio Bastardo, Abacus the ascetic, Who else have you met in town here? Who would have things? I mean, you do remember as well. Surely, Cathedral City will send an investigator to try and look into the murder of a Baptist. Like, they cannot let that thing go unanswered.
Right.
Yeah. You have not met or seen Neva, the Baptist's wife, yet. You have not met the governor, Ennio Benesato, or his lady love, Gala Lombardi.
Yeah. The wife is not here at the...
No, she's not there. And it's kind of unclear precisely what the... Like, it would be or I think it's called the Council of Emanators, because what they do is they what would be seen as like religious visions or whatnot in other faiths are called emanations in the Anabaptist faith. It's when you have, it's said that the Elysium oils can bring on visions and so forth, and the Council of Emanations examines that stuff and dictates what it means for the broader steps or actions that the Anabaptists take. The Council of Emanations would, like, how would they not send someone to investigate this stuff? But it's also the Council of Emanations who would determine who would assume control, you would think. If the Benesato truly are subsumed into the Anabaptist faith, then surely it's the Council of Emanations that would determine who takes over. Whether that's Neva, or whether that's Luciano as his heir, or whether it's Ennio, the brother. Right? That would be really unusual because he's not an Anabaptist, but...
So there's no way I can get a message to there, because there's no chronicler.
You can't get a message to where? The Council of Emanations?
Yes.
I mean, they wouldn't... You're not an Anabaptist, so, like, getting a word... maybe if Karina has allies, has ranks in allies, the background, she may be able to get word to at least that would hopefully get its way to Council of Emanations. But what your role from before tells me, Interface, is that, like, that this is surely something they'd want to be getting involved with. Lucator is too important as a source of the Elysium oils to let just it fall into anyone's hands. And given whether there's truth to what people are saying about Gala Lombardi, the White Wolf of Bergamo for sure has his eyes set on Lucator. If the White Wolf was somehow able to take over Lucator, that would be an enormous victory against the Anabaptists.
And so he's from the other the ones that are warring with
the Lombardi. Yeah, let's just go. Oh, you know what? Let's go back over here.
Lombardis.
So here we go.
Right.
Bergamo is down over here, guys. And Bergamo is a unaligned city. The clan House Lombardi, they control Bergamo. And Bergamo, in comparison to Lucator, is got a population of about 3,000. Bergamo has a population of 20,000 that swells to double that in the summertime. In addition, Bergamo, they're not converted the way that the Anabaptists do, but they've also welcomed Jehammedans into the city. And there's a century-long war being fought against the Jehammedans on the far side of the mountains, right, on the Adriatic lowlands. So it's a further way of just kind of to the Anabaptists. So if the White Wolf,
to let them in is yeah.
Because remember how they kept the blood of an Azaki and all those icons from the Jehammedans in the Bleeding Ram. Not for nothing, the Bleeding Ram is itself, the name is a slap in the face of the Jehammedans. So
right, and it's the mayor who is married to this White Wolf's daughter.
Yeah, Ennio Benesato.
Maybe he's formed an alliance with... But he wouldn't have the in to get past the guards.
No, and I mean, from what you've heard, Altair was an old man as well too. Was not a spring chicken. So if any of his brothers are the same vintage, he's gonna be an old man too. Maybe like that's all that was needed to do it, but from everything you've heard, Altair was a powerful warrior.
Right, even in his old age, he would have been a formidable warrior.
Well, he could have been jumped, but blaming the foreign new wife is an easy target. It strikes me as a bit too obvious. I think it's more likely interface arguments between the two wings, as it were. I think maybe going to see the mayor and offering assistance as impartial third parties might be one option.
Might also be a good way to gauge his involvement in it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what? Where do you guys want to head from here then? Leave the. One thing you notice about the cemetery as you leave, like I mentioned, there's a wooden gate. It's located deep. All that darker kind of maroon or whatever color this is here, that's all thick forest. So, just as a refresher of what the the area around Lucator looks like. Where's that approach to Lucator? Click on that; it'll make it really big. Look how thick those forests are.
Right.
Someone could easily gain access to the cemetery without anyone in town ever seeing. You had mentioned that you thought about sneaking into the water towers. That would be very difficult. Accessing the cemetery, so long as you weren't spotted on the route up there, if you kept yourself hidden from the anyone watching from the cloister, might be easy. Although, you want to be careful when you're passing Abacus's house. If you were so inclined.
Who is Abacus? Is he like the...
Abacus the ascetic. That was the man
right.
who spoke.
Oh, sorry, it's him.
Yeah.
What, so you're suggesting we might want to have a bit of a midnight excursion
I'm not telling you to do one way or the other. I want you to be aware of just like you were keen to go out and try and do something. Yeah. Like this place, looking around, like there's nothing to stop someone from coming in here.
Well,
so
and checking out,
they don't have a problem with grave robbers for medical students then.
I think the expectation is that no one would be so foolish as to to try and grave rob the from one of the sarcophagus or something like that. But
I mean, I think an autopsy is like a medical examination, I guess, or whatever I would call it, is something that's very high on my list because it's something in my expertise that I could do that would give us some direction.
Yeah, we need to play to our strengths, I think. Yeah, I'd be up for maybe a midnight expedition.
It's for sure. You know what? It's what Carmino would do.
Right.
Okay.
We need to examine the body, basically.
Okay. Well, should we go back to town and surreptitiously buy stuff we'll need?
Yeah.
Yep, shit.
So I was thinking you're going to need some lanterns and maybe some shovels and stuff, and presumably you've got the medical gear.
Yeah, I have the medical equipment we need, but shovels...
Okay. So you have time to... You certainly have time to plan this. I mean, like with everything shut down, apart from necessary, activities, no one being permitted to leave, there's nothing but time to plan this. Now, where do you want to do this planning? Because Donna is still in the house as well.
Well, maybe if we give her... She did ask if we needed any food supplies. Maybe we give her some money and some shopping for
House
some nicer
Benesato
food.
is going to pay for everything you need.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, maybe when she goes out shopping.
Okay. So we'll see that you guys get back. You know, she, if you let her know where you went, she asks what you saw. She receives.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say we describe. I would tell her about the funeral site and everything and how strange it was because we sort of have trust with her. So
Yeah. So she actually asks if you would mind if she paid homage at his grave as well too. Is it true
of
that
course
he's in a commoner's grave?
it is true. It's very strange.
She makes a symbol of the.
Shocked.
She looks at you and she says, "That is. I'm sure there must be a reason. I'm sure that Neva had a reason for why."
She wasn't. We didn't see Neva.
Grieving, no doubt. A widow grieving.
Must be.
Then, all right, so she leaves and gives you guys a time to talk amongst yourselves. So what are you thinking here, guys?
I'm thinking we should secure some shovels and try and just play out the day casually and then head out, in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and maybe a couple of lanterns.
So, how are you planning on doing that?
Right, if everything's closed, but essentially, maybe maybe shovels are something
Well,
we can find here.
What I'm thinking is that, like, I think you can likely find a place that will sell you shovel and lanterns, but I guess just thinking forward to tomorrow, if you guys,
Right.
If it seems that they're still keen on finding, the murderers and whatnot, or who they're saying is the murderer. If they find out that someone has dug up the grave, and Luciano Bastardo starts asking around about, that stuff, and I sold 2 foreigners shovels and lanterns. Like, there's a way around that. I think that you guys would likely be aware of that potential consequence, so I want to give you an opportunity to try and work with that problem rather than me just fucking you over tomorrow.
Right, of course.
Well, we could have a look in the cellar of the house and see whether there's anything in there.
I think that what you might be able to do. Well, here, let's do this. Let's first give me a roll of 3d6.
Okay.
Let's hear this. Will tell me whether one of them. I'm looking for triggers here. This is just really just a matter of luck on whether there's one in there. No. So there's not a shovel in there. You can find a lantern. I think you can find at least one lantern you could make use of, though. For getting... Oh, no. This is a place where there's different guests staying there. You for sure can find at least 2 lanterns that you could use from here. And with sufficient oil to keep it going for as long as you need. You are, if you're looking out the door, I mean, there's sprawling ascetic farmsteads all around there, right? To the west of town.
Yeah, I was
Right.
thinking.
Just steal some shovels.
There's the manure hill and the caravan stables.
Manure Hill is basically the refuse. It's the dump.
Yeah, I just wondered if there's any workers' tools left there. We could.
Maybe there as well too. Yeah, could be. Like, if you want to try and I'm going to assume that you're not going to wear, the Spitalian suit or the Chronicler suit. You'll wear your ascetics, because they're all over the place right now. If you're wearing those, you would blend in with pretty much everyone else who's in town trying to pray. what I'd do is I'd get you to give me a I think it's going to be a stealth roll, and there's a way of doing. Let's see here, not contested, but like a long-term task. Complex actions is what they call it. So what I think I'll say, guys, is I'm going to set this as sort of a ticking clock thing. I will let you make 4 rolls. And you can... What you want to get is a total of, let's say, 6 successes over the course of that. So let's do... And you can cooperate on this as well, too. So you can each make rolls. You can just let one person make the rolls, whatever you want. So I guess first of all, who's got a decent agility and stealth dice pool?
I've got 3 agility, but no stealth.
You got 3 and then nothing in stealth, or?
Yeah, 3 in agility, 0 in stealth.
I have 2 agility and 0 stealth.
Okay.
All right.
So, why don't you both give me a stealth roll? Let's see how this goes.
And I'll use a point of ego on this one as well, I think.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so it'll be 4 then.
Ooh, there's an 11.
Nice. So you netted 2. 2 and how many triggers is that? Because triggers for complex actions count as successes. You got 5 successes in your first 2 rolls, guys.
Nice.
So I think you for sure. What do you think we see in the film version of this this whole thing? What do we see?
Probably one of us keeping a lookout and someone hurriedly running into I don't know, like one of those storm cellars.
Yeah.
Or possibly a barn.
Okay.
And then hurriedly running out with a couple of others. While the other one is going,
like a miracle.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, so you've got one of them too. Let's make a second set of rolls. You got 2 more rolls. All you need is 1 more success out of this, guys. So
I won't use ego on this.
Oh, you use here. I'm gonna reduce your ego by 1 there.
Yeah.
Did you use 2 ego before Il Piano? I thought you used 1 ego from an earlier.
I used 1 earlier.
Oh no, for Il Piano.
So I should be down 2. Oh, I thought you.
I used 2 the previous day, but then I got 2 back.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at that, guys. Holy shit. Interface himself got 3. So, what's the really clever way that you've gotten or you've retrieved this second shovel?
Maybe we see an old farmer making his way home. We say, "Don't worry, Grandad. We'll put it in the shed for you."
Okay. Thank you, brother. And he makes his way inside. You turn and walk away with his tools. So you've got probably not only a shovel, but you've also got a fork to kind of turn the earth up too, so it makes it easier to move. Okay, so you guys have your tools. Where do you hide them in Commission House?
I don't know. Could we find somewhere to stash them outside?
Yeah, I think somewhere outside. It looks like it's got a little bit of a fence or something around it.
Mm.
So, like somewhere in the back, maybe there's some bushes or something.
Yeah.
Behind the fence kind of thing.
Okay, so it's secured there. What time do you think you're going to be affecting this this midnight mission of yours?
It's March, isn't it? So it's going to be quite dark. What's the moon
It is,
like?
yeah. It's March 29th now.
So what's the moon like, actually, thinking about it?
It's still drizzling, so you probably it's you guys have the benefit.
No, the moon.
Well, if it's still drizzling, it means it's overcast.
Oh, right, I see.
Which means yeah. So you got the benefit of lots of cloud cover still.
Okay.
How do you plan on getting there?
Well, not taking the horse, I don't think.
No, I was thinking we we don't go through town. We go out and around, up, round past, the forge area, skirt the manure hill, and then maybe approach through the forest. Hang on,
Okay,
let me.
yeah.
Okay.
Sort of to there, and then sort of up, and then across.
Okay. This is really thick stuff. Do either of you guys have orienteering?
I think I saw it actually.
Orienteering, I think, is under instinct.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
I have one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, I can assist then if we need it.
Okay. So what? So when? Well, I guess what are you gonna do with Dana then? How are you gonna sort of trick her? And what are you bringing with you on this midnight mission?
Well, I think we can tell her we're going out for a drink at the leading ram to try and like see what's going on. What sort of
Well,
time
aren't we
can
going out late at night? I guess we could
Well,
go
that's-
out not as late, yeah, and tell her we're heading out for a drink and not to wait up.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Well, I mean, if everything, it's only necessary things that are open. That might be a questionable.
Oh, like you're saying the bar's not.
Yeah, like everything's closed right now for the period of grief. So it may not be
okay.
a credible like hey, we're going for drinks. If you just want to sneak out when she's gone to bed, like she sleeps on the main floor, but there's balconies you guys could go over. There's,
Yeah, I think that works for me as long as we're quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are? Forgive me, you may have said this already, but are you wearing your Spitalian suit and your chronicler suit? What are you thinking?
Well,
I think
wearing a
it's-
suit for the armor might be good.
Yeah, I think at this point we have to wear our sort of main gear.
Okay.
We're just not. Yeah.
Okay. And are you taking your vocoder and your splayer with you, in addition to the shovel and the shovels and the
Yeah.
lantern and the?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
I would take my splayer. It's
Okay.
just too dangerous to not be armed.
So you're gonna be pretty heavily laden then, just because of like you picture you've got a shovel and a lantern that's not lit in one hand, and then your splayer in the other, and then if you're carrying your vocoder with you, you got that and a shovel in the other hand, and one of you also has the fork. Is that how you want to do this, or?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, in this game you can drop your stuff, right?
You can, but what it means is that like because you will be encumbered, it will give you a penalty to your stealth roll. You're going to get some pretty substantial bonuses to your stealth roll because of the circumstances and because of the cover and whatnot. But if you're lugging a ton of shit, that's where the game gives you the penalties, is your encumbrance score. Probably what I'd say is that if I think both of you guys are at your maximum encumbrance, and I'd probably give you an encumbrance of 2 for the lantern and the gear. So it'll give you a -2 to the stealth rolls.
Which we don't have any stealth to begin with.
Yeah, the prevailing conditions will give you +3, so like the maximum for a modifier. So I'll give you that. So effectively, you're going to get a net of +1, but that would be higher if you weren't so encumbered. If you left your staff and your vocoder behind, each of those I think is an encumbrance of 2, so you wouldn't have any penalties.
Yeah, but we'll also be dead if we run into any trouble at all.
That is also true.
Well, I'm not sure what I can do with the vocoder to like defeat people.
Well, it's an area effect thing that causes ego damage.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, it's weaponized sound.
Okay. Well, could we bring up a sling to like make it easier to carry the spades and shovels over our back?
Tell me how that looks. Like,
Yeah.
yes.
Or maybe if we don't take 2 shovels,
Sure, it just means it'll
maybe
take
we take
longer.
the 1 shovel.
Then just means one of you is encumbered then, or one of you is leaving your thing behind. What I will tell you about the vocoder, it is weaponized sound. It is really effective against groups. It's fucking sound. If you set off your vocoder up in the hills...
it's going to be too loud, isn't it? Yeah, I think I'll leave the vocoder behind.
Okay. So that gives you 2 encumbered... Yeah.
Because it would bring out the guy in the house, wouldn't it? Abacus.
Abacus, yeah.
And we don't really want to...
So that means Interface can carry a lantern and a shovel without any... He's not suffering any penalties. What about you, Ulpiano? Do you only need one shovel?
We'll just bring the one shovel. And I mean, shoveling is insanely tiring work. So you almost get as much done taking turns as you do 2 shovels.
Well, and with the amount of rain that's been going on too, it's gonna be that it'll come apart fairly easily, but it's gonna be fucking heavy and wet and whatnot.
Exactly.
So, yeah, okay. So then, you guys are fine with it. So why don't we do this? I'm just gonna have one stealth roll to sort of cover the approach up to the forest there, right around here, just north of the city, and then we'll do an orienteering check, and that'll be a little easier. Who wants to make the stealth roll, and who wants to make the assisting roll?
I think I've got the slightly better agility.
I'm just going to reread cooperation again, because it seems... Like, the thing about the cooperative rolls, just from a dice mechanic period, is it seems like if you're half-assed at it, like, why would you not just have the person who's best at it make the first roll? Because the aid roll is harder, but all it nets you is extra dice if you roll triggers.
Well, I mean, it depends on which way you're looking at it, because especially for something like stealth, it's like, yeah, of course, the person who's better at stealth is assisting the person who's not as good.
I see. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah.
So, like, Interface is trying to help me be quieter and, like, show me, oh, go this way or whatever, because he's a little better at it.
Yep, that makes total sense to me. So then, Interface, why don't you make the assist another roll? The difficulty is going to be a 3.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here.
I'll spend a point of ego on this, I think.
Okay.
Because I think we really need to get this.
Okay. Oof. So you... not enough successes. So you did get triggers, but unfortunately, because you didn't get enough successes, you don't get to apply those. So then, Old Piano, would you kindly... The stealth difficulty is going to be a 2.
Okay, I'm going to also spend ego.
Nice.
Oh, wow. What a crazy...
Oh, that's incredible. 3 and 2 triggers as well. That's incredible. So what do we see, guys, as you make your way from here? Like, you're complete shadows moving across this, this region. I think your white cloak and your the white Spitalian armor, you've done something to sort of cover those up. Maybe you threw your robes over the ones you were wearing before to kind of blunt the colors. But what do we see as you guys make your way to that thick forest to the north of town?
I think that we're just really nervous, so we're laser focused on, being quiet and moving in the shadows, and like, it's sort of almost fear that's making us so cautious.
Yeah. Okay. So, and you guys, like, no one sees you whatsoever. I'm trying to think if I can give you another benefit from those triggers too, because I mean, like, it's so good. I think, what you've also identified is I'll pay that forward. You're going to get +2 on your return. If you follow the same route back, you found a perfect way where, like, sentries are not looking and whatever else. So you'll get a +2 to your return stealth check.
Nice.
Okay. So you guys get to the edge of the forest, and El Piano, now this is where you've been up to the cemetery. There's this, it's hills leading up to this thing. Why don't you give us a orienteering roll, please? And I think I'll set the difficulty at... I think it's going to be a 2, But if you're not able to, I'll set it at 3 because I think it is a little. It's just gonna be hard to get directly there and come out in a, a way of not disturbing anything.
And did you have this as well, Mo?
No, I don't
Okay, you
have
don't have-
any.
Okay.
So do I?
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
No,
make
then
it just
it's not
deny-
worth the-
Yeah, if you can't get enough successes, then there's just no chance because you need 4 successes in order to help.
Oh.
So, Piano, give us a orienteering.
Oh,
Oh shit!
wow.
So I think you go through this, and what you end up doing is you kind of come stumbling out, and it's like this is just it is really thick, hills, and the fact that there's no light, that you don't have your lantern on, and there's no moon, it's really hard. Like as soon as you start making your way through here, you're immediately sort of turned around. And where you find yourself coming out, you did get some success, so it wasn't like a zilch altogether. I think you come up around here. So you can see Abacus's house further up the hill there. Around the bend, and what Abacus's house looks like. 1 second here. It's just a modest house, a modest, simple, separate house. Nothing special or whatever else about it. But what you can feel, I guess, is the looming darkness of the cloister at the top of that rise, near the foot of Borreo, that big peak. And I'm picturing as well too. This isn't a matter where you can really see it. It's more that the darkened kind of sky with the clouds and whatever, there's at least a little bit of light going through there, but there is a big black void where you can see the cloister looming over you. Not for nothing, the cloister was originally a castle.
Can we move El Piano off to one side? I can't really see the map in that
Oh,
area.
sorry, yeah, of course. There you go. Oh yes, the Elysian Gardens. Said to be full of the secret herbs and plants and so forth that are used for the Elysium oils.
Yeah, I was thinking of going that way, but going near those walls might not be a good idea. I think if we know where the road is, could we just not go back up and around to the?
You can try. I mean, it's easier said than done. The trouble is that it's such up and down terrain, and it's so thick that it's very hard to follow a straight line. So it sounds a lot easier than what it actually is, but especially with no light. What you could do is give us another orienteering check there, El Piano. Are you going to go on the west side of the road, or are you going to cut across and cut between Abacus's house and the Elysian Gardens? Tough decision.
Easier,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Cut through the No, let's avoid the gardens. Yeah, let's avoid the garden.
Okay. Then I'm going to reduce the difficulty to 2 for this. It's not going to be a 3, it'll be a 2, because you are closer, and like I say, you got a better sense of where you're specifically heading now. So go ahead. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
3, oh my god. 3 triggers. What do you think? We're almost near the end of the session here, but I'm fucking, my back teeth are floating right now. So let's just take a quick 2-minute break just to do a bio break, and then we'll come back and find I'll hear what you think happened with the triggers, and then we'll see what happens in the cemetery.
Okay.
Okay, so back in 2 minutes here.
Drink as well.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you very much. Good Lord. Oh, man. It's a pretty interesting adventure, eh?
Yeah, for sure. I like the challenge of, like, right now we're not really, we have no authority. And no,
Yeah. Well, it's cool that you guys have your
tricky.
own, sort of the own impetus for why you're doing this stuff, too. Like, that's just super fucking cool. You know what I was saying last night about how, like, I feel that, like, sci-fi is more about us and about people and their own personal drives and stuff like that. Like, it's been so cool seeing you explore Opiano's relationship with, what's his name? Carmino.
right.
As being the reason of, like, I want to live up to him and try and make up for my past losses. Like, that's super interesting. All right, so hold on. We got you guys. I'm going to move your tokens up here. What are you thinking, Jeff, is are the triggers that came from here?
So orienteering. So that's like
I got one
finding
pitch.
finding the best path. Yeah, like
What about this? What about if you, when you got closer to this, you know, as I said, it's been drizzling for, you know, days now. What if you kind of realize that and we're like, all right, look, walk on the routes. We don't want to leave tracks, or at least try and make our tracks difficult to follow, so someone won't easily find giant boot prints making their way through here.
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So you guys make your way into the cemetery. And the cemetery is... Oh, one sec here. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There is one other thing. So you're making your way up... Let me find something here. One sec. Oh, there are stones on top of the grave as well, too. Which is in keeping with kind of the tradition. I think what you hear something as you're going up. As part of your orienteering, you're making your way up and you hear kind of it's a weird buzzing sound from up above.
Who I immediately would check my
The mussel. The mollusk, yeah, you take a look at that, and it just is still drifting in its container.
Okay, well that's good news.
So interface, Opiano has stopped for some reason, and here's this buzzing. Interface, would you give me a artifact lore check? Difficulty is going to be a 5.
I'll spend a point of ego on this, I think, because I think it's getting quite...
Okay. Now, if you run out of ego, you fall unconscious or you collapse or whatever. Like, it just is an FYI. Nice! Very nice roll. Wow. And 3 triggers on it. Holy shit. So what I'm going to say is you immediately recognize this sound interface. This is the sound of a drone. It's a chronicler drone. It's the whir of their the propellers. You're familiar with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Piano, you just hear it as buzzing, but you know for sure that's what it is. Unfortunately, because of the darkness, you can't see it interface. But yeah, I'm just gonna close my door again.
Well, I'll tell Piano it's a chronicler drone or equivalent. Presumably, there are other people that might have this deck.
I don't think there
Question
is
is,
really anyone
what's it
else
doing here?
This would be, yeah. Well, I couldn't even venture a guess.
Okay.
So, would I know whether these drones have infrared vision or low light vision?
Possible. It's difficult to say. That I mean, there is there's not like prefabbed things, They're very, in the same way that the Chronicler's suit is very customized. The drones can be very customized as well too, so it could be equipped with something like that. But who knows? I guess one of the questions is if it's being operated in low light conditions. What do you think?
Yeah. The question is, do I know that Chroniclers pretty much have a monopoly on this sort of technology?
I mean, I can't imagine there's not another faction or another cult. The closest that may have this level of technology would be maybe the Neo-Libyans, but the Neo-Libyans are a faction that is more powerful on the other side of the Mediterranean, and you've not seen any Africans in Lucator since you've got here.
Okay, well, I'll explain this. So, do we want to continue? Or,
Well, aren't these your people? Do you have some kind of a signal you can send them, or?
How many points and secrets do you have? Interface?
Okay, this would be 1 point in secrets.
1 point in secrets. Let me see here. Give me an actually I'll tell you this for free because you already got a point in secrets. Remember I mentioned that the chroniclers have sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, and that there are infiltrators and assassins and so forth that are involved with it. They still make use of chronicler technology and chronicler advantages. I think that you know that exposing that may run, you don't know the reason for why there might be another chronicler here, and exposing that may run contrary to what the chroniclers actually are trying to achieve here. Does that make sense, Mo?
Oh, as in you wouldn't have told me.
I'm not sure if he would. All this stuff is going through his mind. Like, he would have definitely recognized it as that, but at the same time, he's recognizing, like, shit. Like, there's got to be a reason why there's a chronicler here. Just as you don't know. I mean, that they...
Is there any sort of chronicler hand signals, or?
There probably is, like... but you're not a... you are a mediator. You are not a seeker. I think is what they're called, seekers. So...
Okay, well, I'll say
didn't you hear a rumor about the chroniclers in town as well?
Yeah,
I don't think so, unless I wasn't paying attention.
That sounds familiar to me.
I was a bit tired.
On the way into town, you heard that there was...
Yeah, with one of when you rolled the two successes, or two triggers on your thing, you heard that the chroniclers have an agent active in town. So, Old Piano, at this point, you have no idea what the sound is because Interface hasn't said one way or the other. But what are you doing, Interface?
Yeah, I think I'll tell him. I think this is it's another chronicler, we think. And I think that's him keeping an eye on us. So I think we go ahead.
What do you think of that, Old Piano? He never told you that he had an ally in town.
Well, it was just a rumor. But hearing that sound... Yeah, it was just a rumor. We didn't know absolutely. Well, yeah, there is.
Remember, so this isn't like other RPGs where, like, you assume that everyone knows what the party knows. If you're telling me that at some point Interface told Il Piano that there wasn't a chronicler agent active there, then that's okay. That's okay. I'd buy that. But do you think you would have shared your?
No.
Like, I know it's a different way
think-
of having a party together where you're, like, the players can know what's going on, but the characters don't necessarily, openly share with each other what is going on. That's just
I think given the sort of heightened risks we're taking, I will tell him I'm pretty sure there's another chronicler in town, and that sound is some technology that's keeping an eye out. Now, we can either go back, and I suspect they may well have already seen us, but we can go on, because I don't see the chroniclers betraying me or having an action. They may just be trying to find out what on earth's going on.
You don't think they could be involved? I mean, what are they doing out here at the graveyard?
Okay. in character, would I know whether the chroniclers had an interest in changing the power structure up here? Is it the sort of thing they do?
Who knows?
Do they replace?
So they try and keep it secret, like the assassinations, the backroom deals, the whatever else, the blackmail. They try and keep all that shit secret and put on a brave face of, like, we're the weird techno priests who know things and help you, bring us your technology, while at the same time having a kind of a secret, a secret group that's going around. So maybe, I mean, like I said before, the chroniclers don't really have a presence in, or at least a substantial presence in this region. If they were able to change that, that might be in the interest of the chroniclers.
I'm gonna say I don't think they'd be an enemy to us, as it were. But it's our choice whether we go on or not.
So you're looking back at him, Old Piano, and the rain is falling. There's very low darkness, but all you can really see as chronicler's talking to you through that robotic voice is those orange eyes through the mask.
No, I'm talking in my human voice. I'll take it off because I'm not. If I'm trying to persuade him, I'm not going to.
Okay.
I've got that presumably hanging around my neck.
Sure. So what do you think, what's Old Piano thinking about this?
Well, I mean, he's become good friends with Interface over the last little while, but, he does know all the history of the chroniclers, like, a lot of the mystery and all that. Like, not that he knows what they're up to, but, like,
Yeah.
that they're mysterious and, maybe he's being manipulated.
So the rain is falling down on you guys. You can still hear that humming from up in the sky. You can't see where it is, but you're right there. You're right there at the cusp of the cemetery. What are you doing?
I think that whether this is an interference or a manipulation or not, I'm here to investigate this body, and I need answers.
Okay.
My drive is still greater than my fear.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you turn and then what? Walk into the cemetery?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk out and Interface, what are you doing?
I was going to say, is there a wall we climb over, or is it just an open piece of ground?
Not from here. The woods just sort of grow up to it. There is a fence at the entrance, a wooden fence, but or a wooden gate. But if you're coming in from this direction, nope. And there's the thick woods on either side of you too, and it's probably pines as well too, just given the altitude. Mm-hmm. And it's just swaying darkness very slowly. The wind's not that bad. There's swaying darkness on either side, and you can hear still that humming. And if you look up, why don't you give me a perception check there, Old Piano? Let's see if you can actually spot what's going on. Interface has an idea of what's up there. Oh, man!
Ooh.
Oh, and 2 triggers. So, you step out there and you look up, and in the same way that I saw that there was that blackness of the cloister against the sky, you look for the negative space, and you see it. And what it looks like is a perfect, sort of like a central point with 3 circles coming out of it, but part of it, as if it's like a not a triangle, but like a triangular shape. It's moving slowly, and as soon as you look up, it sort of arcs to the side and then whoa, starts moving to the northern end of the what do you call it? A northern end of the cemetery. And it sort of goes down and it looks like it's going to crash, whatever this blackened form is. And because of your triggers, what you can see is a figure, a darkened figure kind of made its way over to where the thing crashes down. Maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you, but then the figure looks back and you can make out the 2 orange eyes looking back at you. And you sort of look, and then the figure turns and goes off into the northern forest, running from you. Old Piano, what are you doing?
I guess still continuing on.
Okay, so maybe like you're sort of, your mind's racing as you're trying to decide what to do, and Interface walks up behind you, puts his hand on your shoulder. And you're sort of back here and like, you waited too long. If you were going to pursue that thing, then yeah, you would have gone. So you head over, and fortunately it's just rocks, you know, to start digging away. At least the first little bit will be rocks, then you'll probably hit dirt and whatnot. Who is the first one to dig? Old Piano's definitely the stronger of the 2.
Yeah, he'll start because he's a little shaken by all of this, and some, you know, sweat might help him think.
Sure. So you plant your splayer into the ground, and do you light up the lantern, or are you going to dig in the darkness?
I think we can dig in the darkness and save the lanterns for, you know, the examination.
Sure. So you start digging away the loose rocks, and you're expecting to be like, okay, this is going to take me a while to clear this stuff away. But surprisingly, as soon as you get through like maybe 1.5 inches or 2 inches of stones, you hit something big. And you sort of shovel around this. It's tough to tell in the darkness, but you take your glove off and you feel it. It's a stone. And after you sort of dig around it, what you see is that there is a massive boulder that's been placed in the grave. Interface, you're trained in engineering, right?
I think so. Probably about the time we ought to light the lantern to see what we're seeing, I think.
Okay.
So I'll do that, and then
you fire up the lantern and you look at it. Yeah, it's exactly what you thought. Someone placed a huge boulder in here. And Interface... Alright, yeah, it's more than enough. The size of this stone, knowing what sort of construction equipment and whatnot, or heavy lifting equipment they've got access to here, this would have taken 10 oxen to drag this thing up here. Like, this is huge. And Old Piano, give me a medicine roll, will you? So you're looking at this thing, and like, if there's a body under there, it's paste.
Right.
Like, this thing would pulverize whatever's under there. There's no way you could do an autopsy now.
Right, so whether they did it to stop the examination...
Yeah.
Or if the body was never even under there, we won't know.
No, like, it would take a huge team of animals to be able to pull this thing out. And then what's left under there would be paste. You know, and from what Donna told you before, just so you're clear, like, this is not a burial custom that you're unfamiliar with. So yeah, this is strange.
Yeah. They've obviously done this to prevent us from the arriving. What would the envoys from Sorry, what's my
Yes,
town
the
called?
The
yes,
Anabaptist.
they may
though?
have wanted to see the body.
The council.
This must have been done so quickly because he was buried. What? This
Like
morning?
that,
Well,
that night he must have been buried. Oh, that is definitely very quick. Normally, you would want someone, especially a holy man like that, to lie and test it and allow people to sort of pay respects, right?
I was thinking if they put the huge rock in to squash the coffin and the body.
Test it in state. In test it is when you don't have a will.
Yeah.
Fucking A+ lawyering on my part. Jesus. So what? Geez, what are you guys going to do next then? What happens next?
I'm going to suggest I don't think we should hang around here because something is going on, and the sooner we're back home in bed, I
we
think the
want to
better.
try and just gonna make it look sort of like it did.
Okay. It's actually fairly easy because of the stones.
Yeah.
Like you haven't disturbed earth or anything like that. At least to your eyes, it should be very easy to make this thing look undisturbed. And because of the amount of damage around here, you've had no doubt a team of oxen brought up here for one to move this damn stone or whoever moved that stone, and two, you've had an entire day of people tromping around here leaving shit on top of the grave.
Right.
So can I see any sign of a large team of oxen or draft animals? Because that would be very hard to do. If you imagine 10 Shire horses
Yeah.
ploughing up the ground and it's wet, it would be pretty obvious that's happened.
It's again like it's hard to say with the amount of people walking through here and the wet conditions. What it is like the whole area around the grave is torn up. So as you guys are, we're not gonna make you roll again because you roll so many triggers on the stealth check and on the last orienteering thing. You're easily able to find your way back through. And I think,
Yeah, and I imagine we dump the evidence, the stolen shovels, in the woods somewhere on the way back.
and as you're going along through the northern woods there, again, what you find, you're kind of making your way down. Who is leading the way? Is it Ulpiano or is it Interface? I guess Ulpiano, you're the one with that better end.
Orienteering, yeah. So I'd imagine at least for the wood part, it would be El Piano.
Sure. So as you're making your way down, Interface, you're trying to follow behind Ulpiano, and you're breathing very, very heavily. You mentioned like you're kind of out of shape, and as you're going down, you're having to rest on trees quite a bit, and you hit one of the trees, and you hear sort of a tinkling. And you stop and look, and reflected off of the very bare, I mean, I guess you don't have your mask on right now, but in the little bit of light that there's available, you can see that someone has hung something from one of the near branches on this tree. And it's a... Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to relight the lantern so I can see what we're doing.
Okay, so you relight the lantern. So this thing is kind of like a mobile, but made of little flecks of glass, or mirror, I should say, and other reflective surfaces. So it kind of sparkles as you look at it.
Is this anything? I have any idea what it was? Is this some sort of magical totem?
Well, you do remember that someone had mentioned...
wrong system.
No, someone had mentioned before that they were finding strange things hung from trees in the northern woods. Who would do this? Why? Who knows? But at Ulpiano, you look back and Interface has lit a lantern. He's holding some kind of thing here. So there's light. I mean, fortunately, the forest is thick enough, so it's probably swallowed by the trees and whatnot. But what do you say in response?
Well, I'll say, ever seen anything like this?
Never. I'm assuming I haven't.
No, it's weird. I mean, like, there's all sorts of like folk charms and things like that people invoke, particularly in the face of, I mean, like these are fairly, like I said, it's a post-apocalyptic setting, so there's ignorance that runs rampant. But in addition, with the threat, the very real threat of the psychonauts, there's all sorts of things that people will try and keep them at bay. So yeah, and you've seen lots of that in the region. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Charm of protection.
something like that.
Know.
So, assuming you leave that behind, or you want to take it with you?
No, I don't want to touch it.
Okay. Old Piano's going to leave it. Interface, if you spare a look at the, what do you call it? The, what do you call it? Oh, hello, someone's back. If you spare a look at the mussel, or the mollusk at the top of your splayer, it's moving ever so slightly.
By the charm?
Not sure. If you bring it closer to the charm, it doesn't seem to increase whatsoever.
Okay, yeah. That's what I would do.
Yeah. So you bring it closer, and it doesn't move anymore, but it's moving ever so slightly. There's spore somewhere near here.
Yeah.
So, assuming you don't want to lurk around, you guys finish making your way back down. You follow your same route to get back to Commission House. And you sneak your way back inside, hopefully with Donna none the wiser. And as you guys hit the sack, we will wrap up part 1 of our gaming marathon. But first, let's grant some XP, guys. So, let's see. So, let's see here. We have. How many scenes do we play through here? Let's see here. We've got, at least.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a weird way of playing it through. So, I mean, let's see here. 1, 2 arriving in town. 3 the morning after murders. Exploring the murder scene. Talking to Donna. Going to the cemetery, infiltrating the cemetery, dealing with the, what do you call it, the chronicler who's spying on you guys. I think I'll give you 8 just for the number of scenes we've had.
Yeah.
And you guys did awesome with the role playing, so I'll give you an extra 4 for that, so that puts us at 12. Let's see here, 13. I know, sweetie. 14. So let's round that sucker up to give you a flat 15 XP for today's session.
Nice.
So, and Mo, you'll be passing interface actually off to the next. You're the interface is the character that gets around. So
I'm not going to have to watch all the others to find out what happens.
Yeah, for sure. So first off, for those listening at home, thank you so much for joining us for part 1 of the our annual gaming marathon. It's not the same way we normally do it, but fuck, did I have fun running this first part of this. As always, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the adventure we played today, the game system, please do not hesitate to leave a comment in the comment section of this video, and I will endeavor to reply in a timely fashion. And again, if you did like what you're seeing here, follow the link in the description of the video through to degenesis.com, and you can get all the books for free on PDF. Last, I want to thank... Oh, if you enjoyed the session, we'll be back again in... Gosh, what time is the second one? It's 6, I think?
7 p.m.?
7 p.m. your time, yeah. So,
Yeah, sorry.
5 hours, we'll be back for the second part of this, and then the third part will be on Monday night. But yeah, we'll be continuing on with the In Thy Blood adventure later tonight, once Anna Banana gets a chance to get a walk. But I want to give in a special big thanks to my players. So Mo and Jeff, thank you so much for joining me for part 1 of this. This is hands down, like normally I talk about it being my favorite holiday of the year. I love the gaming marathon more than I love Christmas. And being able to do this with you guys, because I can't do it in person, this has been just a shit ton of fun. So thank you so much to both of you. I hope you enjoyed.
No, you're welcome. Yeah,
Excellent.
fun.
So then, for those listening at home, we'll be back again if you're listening to this live, in 5 hours. Until then, thank you again for joining us. Hope this finds you healthy, safe, and weathering the current crisis as well as can be expected. And until we see you again,